Carl, can you hear in the garage?
You are very loud in the garage.
Okay, so
The
it's,
TV is working. So there is a little heat in the garage. If you want to watch in the garage, watch in the garage, you can see it.
the only thing is I told them to prop the door and they didn't prop the door.
Or it's propped with a roll, but you want it all the way open, right?
Yeah, but they didn't leave the vice thing.
Oh, they didn't leave that thing.
Yeah, hi Brian. How are you?
Nice to meet you. Make room as needed.
Brian, knows he's second on the agenda, right? John?
Yes, thanks. We're running down.
Well, there's the, they can listen and watch it too, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So go.
yep.
Hey, sign this and then go home.
So, hey, did you know that little Newman boy is going to run for office?
Yeah, we talked him into it.
Oh shit! I'm going to correct this.
Yeah, he came to the last meeting and
He left
at a
a,
board meeting. And Dan and I talked with him quite a bit.
he left a bouquet, a huge bouquet on my front step and a bottle of wine.
Oh, what a sweetie. He seems like a real nice young man.
Yes, a young boy.
You know, I think all these years, I didn't realize.
Can you turn it down like halfway in the garage? It's so loud.
There's a remote there.
I did that. I turned it all the way to the end and it's not doing anything.
Here, want to go listen now?
Yeah.
Let me know when you get there.
I didn't realize Kay was from my church and she was our secretary over there. I've been sending her stuff.
Okay. Can you hear? How is it now, Carl? Fortner, come in, Fortner.
Good God, yeah.
Hello, Carl.
Okay.
He said it's okay. 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 Sean, when you're supposed to get bad weather on Friday, right?
I heard, yeah, like we had a storm.
Yeah, that's good now.
We're okay? Oh, shoot, recorders. I just want to get this other recorder on. Oh, did you? Did you got doubles?
Yeah, I think I got, you gave me one early on and you gave me another.
Do you have any extra, Carl?
Yeah, do you need one?
Maureen, I think Dan picked up her stuff
Oh.
to the other one. Okay.
Well, I don't know what's the bell here for.
You're out of the hospital.
And Carl, when you guys, I put your plan commission on your
Mic check.
payroll. You know,
Oh, did you?
yeah. Yep. And I paid Gary on, through payroll. Okay, we're live. Thank you, Smriti. Very sad though.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
God says no. So.
Gotta see those grandbabies.
They're the most important.
Don't ruin your Christmas, Karen, that's all I have to say. Seriously.
I haven't done anything. It's at 7 o'clock.
Too much stuff today. Past 7. Let's get her going, I guess. Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 8th, 2021, 7 p.m. Welcome to the Village Board and Plan Commission joint meeting. I will call the Village Board and Plan Commission to order with a pledge of allegiance and a standing moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Roll call and open meeting law compliance check.
For the Village Board, President Carl Fortner.
Present.
Trustees Jim Sloney.
Present.
Marie Kumarshek. Lorene Dashik.
Present.
Mr. President, note for record, you do have a quorum of your Village Board. Also for the Village Plan Commission, Village President Carl Fortner.
Present.
Commissioner Trustee Sloney.
Present.
Commissioners Dan Nowak and Mario Rinaldi. Mr. President, note for the record, you do have a quorum of your Plan Commission. Also note for the record, Mr. President, that you're in full compliance with the open meetings law.
Thank you. We will open the public hearing. I will read the notice. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing by the Vernon Village Board and Plan Commission on Wednesday, December 8, 2021 at 7 p.m. at the Village of Vernon, located at W249S 8910 Center Drive, Big Bend, Wisconsin, to take comments on for a request by Ched Stouthammer to rezone the property on National Avenue, VNT number 2017996-001 from R1 1 acre residential to B3 general business for the purpose of development of an indoor RV storage operation. The legal description is as follows. It's printed in the agenda. For questions, comments, or copies of the proposed rezoning application, as stated above, contact the clerk administrator using the information. All parties will be heard, and I will note all publications for this hearing are on file in the clerk's administrator's office, and all property owners within 500 feet were notified via the U.S. Postal Service. So with that, we'll open the public hearing. We usually start these public hearings. We'll have our planner, Sean Malarkey, kick it off and give us an overview. Then we hear from the property owner, the petitioner, and typically the board and the plan commission can ask questions of the planner and also of the petitioner. And after that is done, then we take public comments. The public is, of course, invited to speak. There's a sign-up sheet. We'll ask that you state your name and address for the record and provide your comments with regard to the potential rezoning. State your reasons for and against, and please get your viewpoints into the record. And we will, if the public residents have questions, we usually write down those questions as opposed to answering them immediately to make sure the public hearing keeps going. We stop then and answer questions in a group because many people have the same questions. So with that, we will start. Sean, would you want to kick us off with an overview of the project and the request to rezone it?
Sure will. So this is a 8.69 acre property on the north side of National Avenue. The zoning maps as they currently stand, show the property as conditional B3 zoning. So it shows it as B3, but back in 1985, the property was rezoned from R1 to B3 for the purpose of a tractor trailer trucking business. But one of the conditions of approval at the time is that when the property was ever sold, that the zoning would revert back to R1. That fell through the cracks. The property was sold at some point in time, but the maps were never updated since 1985, so still showed the property zoned as B3 conditional, when in fact it has actually reverted back to R1. So they're asking to rezone back to B3 in order to do an indoor RV storage business. In conjunction with the rezoning, which is further down the agenda, is approval of a site plan of operation for that same operation for a total of 3 buildings for RV storage, would be a total of 63 drive-through storage units. There's also an existing residence on the property and some accessory buildings that would be maintained. B3 zoning does allow single-family residential uses to remain on a property in conjunction with or accessory to a commercial use, so that would be okay. The comprehensive plan for the property, and a lot of the properties in the north side of National Avenue are planned for residential business transition. This recognizes the fact that there are existing residential uses in the area, but over the long term, plans to be converted to to commercial uses, as long as there's careful consideration given to compatibility for commercial uses as they develop to be compatible with surrounding residential uses. I won't go into the details here. I'll save that for the site plan of operation. So we can come back to me in some of the details after the applicant and the public has a chance to ask questions and weigh in.
Could you just give us a quick overview of the B3 General Business District that he's asking to rezone the property to, and apparently the way it was zoned before the sale? What other permitted uses there are in that?
I don't have the full list of permitted uses, but the B3 district is our most generous business district, and so mini storage and storage units are allowed in B3. Contractors' yards are allowed in B3 as a conditional use. This isn't a conditional use. And so this allows all the uses in B1, B2, and then our more intensive uses like storage units and contractors' yards. So those are allowable uses. Now, just because, and so maybe I'll comment on the plan itself. The plan is pretty general, the long-range plan, and it plans for residential business transition. Even if this was planned for a commercial category, it doesn't specify what types of uses are allowed. It's up to the Plan Commission and the board when a rezone petition comes through to determine whether or not it should be a B1 use, a B2 use, or a B3 use, depending on compatibility and surroundings. So just because it's planned for a commercial use does not mean that you have to approve a rezoning if you don't think it's compatible with the surrounding development.
Other questions for Sean? Otherwise, we'll ask the petitioner to come up to the mic. I see the green light is on. Sir Stouthammer. So please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Chad Stouthammer. My address is South 68 West 22800 National Avenue. And I am the property owner. And 2 years ago, I purchased the property in regards thinking it was B3 from the previous owner. Before purchasing it, I came into the city, checked with Vince, the building inspector, talked to him. He said it was B3. He gave me a list of things that I could build on it, and then from there, he forwarded me to Waukesha County. I then spoke with Waukesha County. They said it was B3 as well, and started moving forward with it. And now I got an engineer this past year to move forward with the storage that I wanted to do all along. And as I came up with the plan, we presented to the city, and then the city found this, that it was supposed to revert back to R1. And we're not aware of that. And like I said, I purchased the property in conjunction thinking it was B3. So that's why the we're here today to try and change it back to B3.
You heard the overview by Sean Malarkey. Did he give an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay. You heard Sean talk about rezoning, and whatever it's rezoned to has to be compatible with the residential areas around it. Do you think this is compatible, and if so, why?
I think it is compatible because the traffic is very minimal. Obviously besides the storage people, there's not, loud noises, not a lot of traffic going in and out. And it's, let me just think about it for a minute here. It's not, like a full-blown business where there's trucks and stuff constantly coming in and out of there. That would be why I would feel it'd be more compatible for that area. Because it's also going to be a resident home.
And who lives there, you?
Yes. I currently live there and will continue to live there.
What about the sightlines? Are we going to be able to see the proposal from either National Avenue or any of your neighbors on your immediate adjacent property lines?
Well, it's pretty screened by the trees, so you can't see too much from the road, and that was the whole idea of why it worked on that property so well. That it's kind of hidden back there, so you really don't even know it's there. And the property on the west has got a tree line, and in the back there's the marsh, and it's a steep hill, and it's all wooded to that neighborhood. And then the house next to me would be really the only one that would be able to see, but the trees all behind the house are going to stay existing, so we'll screen it off National. We're not going to remove those trees.
Questions from the plan commissioners and board members?
Are you expecting individual owners to be parking RVs there or commercial type of some sort?
No commercial, it'll be all, RVs or boats. And the big thing that we're kind of on is no boxes or household items. So they have to be on a trailer or be able to move. That way we can kind of regulate who all goes in there, you know what I mean? We don't want tires and couches and all that kinds of stuff. So anybody that owns an RV, no semi-trucks or, stuff like that in and out of there. All for personal recreational use.
So summertime on a Thursday or Friday, you may have a fair bit of activity.
No microphone.
It all depends, the way I look at it, is there's a lot of RVs and campers, but everybody doesn't go every weekend. They normally would only be going on like the holiday weekend, so, I would say most people are 3-4 times a year, and then in the winter, it's basically shut down completely, no traffic in and out, that way, because we try and regulate it that way. Obviously, nobody wants to take their RV out in the salt. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but that's the way I look at it.
What's the largest, fifth wheel or something?
The largest fifth wheel, our spots are 13 by 50, so they can't be any wider than 13 or longer than like 46 to get in the doors. Where like a tractor trailer is 53 foot, so those wouldn't work anyways.
There's plenty of room for turning through here and stuff.
Yes, well, that's our specialty, is we keep 80 foot in between the buildings. So everybody that doesn't have as much experience driving such a big rig has the ability to get in one way and out the other way. And that's why we do just strictly the big rig storage, so we don't, jam everybody in there, so there's not a big driveway. And
Units or cells or whatever they are fairly close together, but you do have a long run.
yes, they're close together, so we keep an open concept, so we don't have any walls in between, we just have a firewall dividing, the building roughly in half. It's not exactly half, but roughly in half. And that way we can walk through and regulate it. So like I said, it's really just people pull in there to keep it out of the weather. And that's about it. You know what I mean? It's not, they're not allowed to work in there. They're not allowed to do any tinkering or, do any kinds of that stuff in that building. No problem.
Could you don't have a microphone, Mario, so you could speak up. Either that or you could come over here and sit if you wanted.
One last question. So it's becoming, more and more popular to put solar panels on top of these RVs, having lithium-ion batteries sitting inside them and stuff. I don't remember, I skimmed through all of this, but I don't remember anything about fire protection stuff or whatever. I mean, are you at all concerned about that? They're going higher in wattage.
Me, I haven't ran into that issue. I can't tell you, I mean, it's dry storage, so, if it does happen to cars. That one, you're kind of catching me where I don't know how to answer, because the way, there's electric cars, look, the fire department is having a hard time tackling that. Because I actually happened to go to school to be a firefighter previously before being a builder, so I have a little background in it. But, I mean, that's just a hard thing to try and grab, because obviously you can't do a sprinkler system just so that, well, not only that, you won't want to water on electric, so you can't have a sprinkler system, but then if you have a sprinkler system, you got to heat it. So then it changes that, and you got to try and pass it on to the consumer to try and get that amount of money to make it all in return, and it just, obviously you butt there, and it just doesn't work out properly.
I don't know that it's a zoning issue, land use or whatever, but I would think for your own business perspective, this is something to think through, because one of those vehicles could damage a whole bunch. Those are tough fires to put out.
Yes. I guess, the only perspective that I could say against that is, a lot of equipment nowadays are all going to that. So even if you're going to run a business, how would you adjust to it? You know what I mean? Or,
Well, it comes down to contracts and legalese.
yeah,
How you write that up. But
yes.
Yeah, the building plans will have to be approved. I'm not sure. I guess probably based on the size, they do require state approval. So they'll look at that in terms of what's required or not. But you're right. It's a good point about your insurance and your renters and what they're responsible for and what you're responsible for and who's liable is going to be certainly a consideration for you.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Do you operate these, is this your first one, or do you operate these otherwise? You keep saying we, and I'm not sure who we is.
It is
'cause
my
you're-
first one,
Okay.
but my family happens to own some in Eagle and Caledonia, and this is my first project by myself. But they already have some out in the distance, so I've helped them build them, and that's why I have a little bit of an idea of what they're doing and everything that way.
Okay, and you mentioned you were a contractor, construction?
Yes.
So you'll build them or
Yes,
oversee the
I'm gonna own
construction?
them and build them and live there on the property.
And then rent them out?
Yep.
And it's all gonna be one parcel? You're not separating the parcels at all?
Nope.
What about security, fencing, lighting? that kind of thing.
Well, security, as of right now on the property, I do have security cameras already on the property, and I probably keep them and maybe add on to it a little bit, but the security that I would prefer using is I'm gonna be living on it full time, so, I watch everybody coming in and out of there pretty closely unless I'm, sleeping or so forth, but I will be living there, so I'll be able to keep a close eye on who's coming and going and regulate it that way.
But aren't you gone during the business day when you're building other things?
That's the cameras, but I got a wife, that will be there, stuff that way.
But no fencing and no lighting at night?
There's gonna be lighting at night, yes.
Okay.
Where's the lighting going to be?
On each side of the building, there's lights.
On the soffit underneath, I don't know the exact dimensions without looking, if it's every 20 feet, 25
Okay.
feet.
And that's
there's
just
light facing down.
LED lights that are facing down?
Yes,
Okay.
and they're on a motion detector, or you can keep them on during the night. I don't know that much.
Oh, yeah, 100 watt wall pack, that's correct.
Dan, where did you see it on the building plans?
They're on the building
Every other bay has a light on one side.
floor
Yes.
plans, yeah.
I didn't see that in your report, Sean.
No, it's not on my report.
Yeah, usually we do look at lighting.
We do, and so as long as these are downward facing.
Yes, they're downward
wall,
facing.
Wall packs.
They're little can lights.
Say you have a contracting business, would any of your contracting equipment be parked in here?
None. Obviously, besides to do this dirt work, but
here.
I won't personally have a unit, no.
Okay.
Other questions? Dan, you got any more?
As far as the rezoning is concerned, it seems like it fits our overall plan for the future to have this transition from residential into business and just facilitate that plan.
As long as you found it compatible, right.
Right, it'd be more compatible on the other side in between ES and I-43, but yeah, it's always been, and it has been, Zone B3.
I would think the trucking operation that was approved back in '85 would be
It wa-
busier,
It was a small scale, though,
was it?
yeah, as I recall. 4 trucks,
Okay.
but,
But they're coming and going probably every day.
yeah, but she had that in the village of Big Bend.
When did that end? Do you know? Do you have any recollection of that? I was just curious as to, did this property sit for 10 years, 15 years without commercial use, or is it fairly recent?
When I
Chad,
purchased-
you bought it from Carol Shea, didn't you?
Yes, Carol
So there
Shea.
was no lapse. He bought it from the previous owner, Carol and Mel Shea.
Yep,
Mel died, and then Carol's now sold the property.
and when I purchased the property, there was 4 semi-trucks sitting on the property.
Okay, so just 2 years ago, it was still Zone B3.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And up until, like I said, about 2 months ago, we didn't know that it wasn't
Right.
B3.
It's when your engineer talked to me and
Yes,
I
when
said
the
it did.
engineer yes. Because when I came here, they thought it was still B3 because on the map it showed
Right,
B3.
that's right,
Yeah.
yep.
So Karen, do I understand that they did run the trucking business out of there? or-
Yes, they ran a trucking business and a permitting service where semis would come in if they have an oversized load or overweight load. She also had it down in the village, but she ran that permit service on National Highway for quite some time. And a lot of trucks
Yeah,
come
she
in.
ran the business right out of the basement of the house.
Right. What's surprising is that no XL diesel lanes with big semis coming in and out of that property, and it does dip.
Have
down.
I'm not going to get into all my specifics and save them for plan of operation, but have you started to talk to the county to see if they'd require any improvements on National Avenue?
I'm gonna relay to my engineer for that.
We can save that for
Okay.
the next phase. That's fine. But you're aware that
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he did speak with him, but he's got
Sure.
the information.
Jim, you got anything?
No, in our plan, we have a plan for B3.
we have a plan for transition, not necessarily B3, but that's one of the possibilities.
Oh, we could have it as B1 or B2.
You could do B1 or B2 if you want it. Right.
Either way, it would be a business.
A business use, right.
Right.
So if you are, the test is it, do you think it's compatible given the proximity to surrounding residential and whether or not this, obviously you feel they can screen it properly, it's screened properly, it's not going to be a nuisance, there's going to be limited traffic, there's not going to be a lot of noise. Some of the things we talked about. We'll get into the details of the site plan of operation, which we have, control over in terms of what we require. But in general, we're trying to figure out if it's compatible as a general use in the district.
And how far is Enterprise Business Park from?
It's right across the street.
That's
Across the
that's
street.
straight B3. That whole.
Right across the
Right.
street.
Right, yeah. On the other side of the street, it already is B3. That's what purpose, the comment I made, well, it was in the other side of the street, this shouldn't be an issue. But-
Yes, my one question was, when I came in here and talked to the city, when was the industrial park built or introduced? Was it before it was zoned B3, or was it after the whole property got rezoned to B3? And was my question.
That was a conditional B3. It wasn't a straight B3.
It was in
just-
conjunction. It
Right.
got developed in conjunction with the rezoning. I guess the only thing I'd add here is that the property has been zoned B3 up until 2 years ago. So it uses the trucking operation. So it's not a huge leap to rezone it back to B3 from my perspective. Obviously, we need to consider all the factors in terms of compatibility, but it's not out of the blue. And as I mentioned, it was purchased with the intent that it'd be used for a business because it was zoned, appropriately.
Conditionally zoned,
Conditionally zoned.
right. And this is a different use than 4 semi-trucks.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
saying we shouldn't consider the factors. I'm just saying it's not entirely out of the blue.
Right, and if it was rezoned, what would the rezoning would be conditional upon an approval of this particular
Of the site
business
plan of operation.
And if this doesn't get approval, then it's like the rezoning never occurred.
That's
It reverts back to R1.
That's correct. That's the condition. If you skip to the staff report, it is rezoning not in full force and effect if it's approved until the petitioner obtains approval of a site plan of operation for the RV storage operation. So
And that would include all the conditions.
that's right. So if the rezoning gets approved and we get to the site plan of operation and there's a number of concerns, some minor and some little, a little more concerning. If we can't reach an agreement on those and you can't satisfy the concerns of the plan commission of the board, then the rezoning, it would be like it never happened.
Yes.
Right, because there's landscaping issues, architectural issues, where your
Right.
staff
That's
report
right.
lays them out. And everybody's got a copy of it and has read them.
Carl, is this one parcel or is this more than one parcel? It's just one parcel.
One parcel, right? And we ask whether he's going to subdivide it, like carve off the RV park. He said no. He remain as one parcel.
Yes.
What are you looking at? Oh. If there's no further questions, then we will go to public comments.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you. You might have to come back to answer questions, so
Okay.
don't run away.
Can I just ask one quick question?
Sure.
So right now, we're voting on zoning. So if we change that to B3, does that does that give you the, or give him the thought that the RV thing is gonna go through?
Well, it gives some indication because we're looking to rezone it to B3 in light of his plan for the RV operation. We haven't gotten all the details of the RV operation, and that can change. As mentioned before, if we get to the site plan of operation, we just can't approve it, or we can't reach an agreement to approve it, then the rezoning reverts. And it sounds like he understands that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. There's a sign-in sheet. Mario, can you grab it from back there? And just pass it up, or? Yeah, we'll go in order on the sign-in sheet here. Thank you. Well, we'll get you signed in at the end. How's that? Some of these names are maybe not even going to comment here, but yes, sir, you were saying something from the back.
I signed up on that sheet, but I am here for a different.
Right, we'll go right by it. We'll call your name, but, right. So the first one name is Bart Achtenhagen on National Avenue. Are you here for this public hearing or some other? Yes, please come up then. No. Get on the microphone, please.
Thank you.
And please state your name and address.
It's Bart Achtenhagen. I live at South 68 West 22715. And I just put my name on there to, if I had questions, but things were explained pretty well, and I don't really have any questions of it.
Mr. Achtenhagen, is that National Avenue?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay?
basically across the street from this property.
Okay.
And no questions.
Okay, thank you. Rick Gilmore, also on National Avenue.
I'm here for the hobby kennel.
Okay, for the hobby kennel, which might not be till 10 o'clock, by the way.
Perfect, I have nothing.
Well, and you can wait in the DPW garage or come back, go home, come back, whatever you want to do, so.
If you could give us an approximate time, I certainly.
You can watch on YouTube Live.
It's on YouTube Live.
Go home, I'd rather do something other than watch it on YouTube.
If you give me your cell number, I could text you.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, so if you write it down for me, I'll text you.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, and of course, Mr. Stouthammer signed up and he's talked, so the next person up is Ben German or Germain on National Avenue. German?
No, I think you guys covered quite a bit.
Okay, so you were here for the rezoning, but no comment. Okay. Annette, sorry, Hooker? Is she here?
I'm here.
Would you like to speak on the rezoning? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So please state your name and address for the record.
Annette Hooker, S68, W22700 National Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not really thinking that this is a very good place for big RVs turning in because it's down at the dip in National Avenue. And I think it's gonna be a lot more traffic on the road, and we have so much traffic now. Don't tell me we don't have traffic. We have lots and lots of traffic, because I live right close to the traffic. And so I'm not happy that more traffic's gonna be on this road, and I'm residential, and I don't wanna be next to business people. And I think they're crowding in on us, and we're all residential. We'd like to live there till we can't anymore. So it would be nice to have a quieter place, not have all the traffic like we have now, but I'm just worried about all these people wanting to be business, so I'm not in a favor of more businesses.
Thank you. Nicole and Dan Craig, well, you're on for yourself, not the rezoning. And Michelle Hagan, I do believe you're on for yourself, not the rezoning. Okay, so anybody here, not on the sign-up sheet, wishing to give public comments on the rezoning request on National Avenue? Okay. No one's here.
There was a letter.
Yes, all property owners within 500 feet of the property were notified.
Didn't we have somebody send in a letter
Not on this.
read into the?
That letter was for the hobby kennel, I do believe, right?
Yes,
An email and a letter was sent in
Yes.
on the hobby kennel.
Carl, I was just wondering if all down National Avenue, all the way from McGuanago to Big Bend, is that all necessarily Zone B3 or business something?
Sean would know.
You mean plan for eventual commercial use? Let me pull a map out here.
and there's one right
Right
behind you.
behind you
Marie.
to your left, Marie.
That's the zoning map.
That's the zoning map.
The plan is up in the upper right-hand corner, and you can see where there's some pink and there's some red.
It starts by Heaven City, Marie, all the B3 and business use.
This is our present land use map.
That's the
Yeah.
plan, and so in the upper right-hand corner is where we're talking about now, the red along National Avenue. The red and then the pink is the transition area that we're talking about now.
Here's National Avenue and here's the freeway.
Right.
The pink right here is mixed business park. The yellow with the slash is residential business transition area.
Correct.
Just to the north of National Avenue, and also here in between the freeway and here.
Right. And the red is commercial, just,
And here's County U to get your bearings.
mhm,
This property is right here.
right.
And there's environmental corridor in the back.
Mhm. Which won't be touched as part of this.
Stormwater, runoff. I mean, we got a lot of impervious surface.
Yeah, and in stormwater is, the engineer looked at the grading, the village engineer looked at the grading plan in a general sense, but stormwater is the purview of Waukesha County, and so
Right.
they'll be looking at this. We haven't seen comments yet, but any approval would be contingent on them being satisfied with respect to stormwater.
John, are we talking about doing postage stamp zoning just for his property in there and the adjacent properties should all be still conditional? Or are we talking to change the zoning that we would change more than just his property?
We never change more than one, we never rezone property unless there's a specific petitioner that comes forward. So we're not going to blanket rezone the neighboring properties just because this is changing, just because we want to have some control. And so
Right.
the rezoning is contingent on a specific plan. We won't just rezone. The plan may say, hey, commercial or transition or business park, and that's okay. But they got to come forward. They got to have a public hearing. We look at each one separately. And so the neighboring properties might also be suitable for commercial, but we don't know what they're going to be. And so we won't rezone that until we're convinced it's a good plan.
Okay.
But just like they did for the Walter property.
That's right. Yeah. This is very similar to the Walter property on the south side of National Avenue, where it was kind of a similar use. I mean, there was one part of it was a business, was a smaller, the hot air balloon business, which was just basically an office operation with some storage, and then some storage units behind, which is similar to this. And so the plan was commercial for that. We rezoned it to B3 because we liked the plan and we thought it was compatible with surroundings. And so that's very, very similar to what's being asked.
Well, I'm particularly interested in the sight lines and landscaping and so on, screening, simply because of the mini warehouses further south and west down National Avenue. I still get complaints about those, even though the village of McGuanago approved them. and allowed them to be built there.
Right.
Constant complaints, actually.
I think from, in this case, based on the fact that the buildings are 250 feet to 300 feet back from the roadway. They're pretty far back. There is substantial landscaping between the house and the back half of the property. There's landscaping along the side property lines as well. And then the back obviously is protected because it's all corridor and wooded. So I think you obviously going to catch little glimpses of this from National Avenue. The bigger concern is from adjacent properties. And so, as the petitioner mentioned, the nearest house is to the east of his house, but it is pretty split off with vegetation from the rest of the operation. It's further back. You'll get glimpses of, you'll be able to see the storage units from further back on those residential properties. So as you go deeper into those neighboring residential properties, if you're further back on them and you look, you're going to see these buildings, right? Even though there's going to be some landscaping that's existing and some that's proposed, but you're not going to completely screen these things from neighboring properties. But I think they're going to be fairly well screened from the adjacent houses and certainly the roadway because it's fairly set back. So I think you're not going to really know they're back there driving down National Avenue unless you're really looking for them.
And the neighboring properties are part of the transition as well.
They're also part of that transition, meaning they're currently zoned residential, but if they wanted to develop business uses, they could. I know for a fact the parcel to the west, we've seen proposals for that particular property, and I've recently talked to someone about that. There'll be a development proposal coming forward on that one probably soon as well. And so,
what's being preliminarily talked about on that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I just know there was some interest in that property.
It's mainly contractors' yards. That's the phone calls I'm getting.
Okay. I don't recall if that was the case, but I know in the past there was a development proposal that fell through, and then there was a couple of other people that talked about it, and so there's interest in that one, and that one's certain to go at some point in time. The properties to the east are smaller; those homes on smaller lots, those may not be redeveloped for some time, and that's part of this transition. That is, whatever we approve, we just need to be respectful of the surrounding residential uses.
Sean, is there room to put additional screening on the east side and the west side too?
Well, the
At
thing about
neighbors? Maybe not so concerned about the west side if that's going to be mixed, come in for some kind of business purpose, but the east side.
Yeah, there's some scattered vegetation on the east property line. They are proposing some additional landscaping to fill in the gaps. Some evergreen trees near the, on the east side of the buildings, and then some on the property line. It's not going to be a complete screen based on the way the landscape plan looks right now. And these buildings are going to be fairly tall. I think they're 20 some feet tall.
I thought they were 24.
That sounds right, 24 feet tall. So they're going to be visible for some time until, you don't plant 24-foot tall trees in any respect. So
Isn't this discussion more germane to?
site plan of operation. Yeah, it is. Okay. But we're still, I guess we're kind of hitting the compatibility issue as to whether or not it can be compatible with the surrounding development. And there's ways to make it be. If you look at the property directly east, the house is up front by the road. There's vegetation behind that house. It's the back half of that lot that's all open land that would have some visibility to the buildings. If you go even further east than that, there's a big tree line that separates that property. So we are talking about the adjacent residential property to the east, but there's already some substantial vegetative buffer there that divides the house. So they're going to put some landscaping in. Whether it's enough, we can discuss that when we get to that point.
Well, there has to be room for it, and I am thinking compatibility, we need to make that finding.
Right.
So this is one way to make it, potentially make it compatible, or more compatible.
Right.
If they already think it is compatible.
Right. I think the big issues here are whether or not we think it's going to generate too much traffic, too much noise, and whether or not it can be compatible through screening and its location on the property.
Well, the traffic and the noise, I think he addressed it. I think your report might do it as well, but also on the site and plan of operation, the traffic is caused by the in and out, and if it's RVs and boats, there isn't going to be daily in and out, I suppose, there. Nobody's supposed to be working on their units inside, so that's traffic coming in and coming out.
It'll be mostly in the summertime, and it'll be mostly
On the
before
weekend.
and after the weekends. Yeah,
Thursdays and Fridays and Mondays. And-
right.
But there's, if there's 63 drive-throughs, he's gonna, financially, he wants to run all 63. So we're gonna
Right,
assume
but all
that he's gonna have
63 of those are-
63 are in there.
But they're not pulling their boat or RV out every single weekend, so you're not having all 63 leave on Friday afternoon and come back on Sunday or Monday or whatever.
Potentially, but yeah.
Potentially, but probably not. Not everybody's going out every weekend. So, and some may just store things in there that are not related to camping and boating and that kind of a thing. So,
Well, as long as it's on a trailer, I suppose if your snowmobiles and ATVs are on trailers, he would say that's okay.
Right.
It's on a trailer.
So yes, it sounds like there's going to be a little push on at certain points of the week to get things in and out. But it is National Avenue. It's a county road. It's designed to handle the traffic. If you're going to put commercial development anywhere in the town, the village, National Avenue is one of those places, and we certainly have other properties planned for commercial use on National Avenue. You don't want to put it on a interior subdivision road. I mean, I understand the argument about traffic and not wanting more traffic. That I get it, but National Avenue is if we can't put it on National Avenue, we can't put it anywhere.
Right. It's the National Avenue or 164.
Right. It's those are the options.
And the noise that goes along, I mean, I don't see that there's additional noise other than the traffic noise. In other words, it's not a manufacturing operation.
Right. They're
where
not
there would be
working on their-
noise, and they're not working on their units. Obviously, there's noise when you build them, but they're built and then they're done.
Right. I guess I agree with the petitioner. It's going to be a relatively quiet use. Most of these storage units sit without a peep all week long. There might be one or two pulling out. It's pretty quiet generally.
And we can adjust the hours of operation if necessary, when we get into those details.
Yeah, we sure can.
I mean, maybe have summer hours and maybe have winter hours, for example.
Probably be shut down in winter.
Right, that's what I mean. You could have winter hours a little more restrictive than summer hours. If we're concerned about the startup traffic in the morning, for example. Other questions or comments? Our attorney, of course, always warns us that not to adjourn the public hearing unless all of the evidence for the rezoning compatibility question principally has been received. If you have unanswered questions or need additional information, or we have to go look something up, then we need to adjourn this public hearing to a specific date and time and go get the research done and present it on the continued public hearing. So my practice is always to go around the room and make sure everybody's got the information that they need to make a determination on a rezoning. And as Sean pointed out, it's got to be compatible. And we do have residents, we heard from one of them tonight, that live, next door, within a residence or two, or one or two or three lots on National Avenue. So, Mario, we'll start with you. Got all your questions?
Yep.
Dan?
I believe so. This public hearing is only for the rezoning.
Right. Trustee Dashik? This is the VNT number ending in 991?
This is right off the GIS site.
Sean, are you looking, or were you looking?
2019991. I think there might be a slight error in the
GIS?
no, in the agenda. Yeah, it's 2019991, and so that is the parcel in question.
Right, so that number has been retired. The one that's actually on the agenda.
Could be.
Oh, the agenda has a,
I feel better now.
the agenda has a, okay,
Typo in the VNT number.
okay,
The address is correct. The VNT's got a typo.
okay. And the correct VNT number is 2019991.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I thought it was. That's what I was going by. But- Okay, where did we, okay, we left off at trustee Dash. Trustee Kumarsek, do you have any further questions or need further information?
The only question I have is, if it gets rezoned, then, and you probably covered this, and there's a lot to think about here. Are the storage units gonna be behind? And I know this is a site plan and plan of operation thing, but will we be able to kind of camouflage it, so?
Camouflage, you mean screen it? We talked a lot about screening.
Yeah, camouflage the buildings itself, or are you gonna,
I mean, I'm not following your camouflaging. Have them painted like camouflage?
no, I just mean, put trees up and stuff up so that you see that.
As opposed to the buildings, right?
Right,
Right. There's some degree of existing landscaping, some proposed landscaping, and the buildings are almost 300 feet back from the road. So it's that combination that they're going to, and there's existing buildings, there's houses and accessory buildings out there already. So I think there's going to be some degree of camouflage as it's presented. Yes, they're not going to be stark sitting out there. You'll be able to see them, but it's going to be fairly well screened.
okay. Thank you.
Plan Commissioner and Trustee Solani.
No questions.
And I am thinking, I think I have all my questions asked and answered as, well, like I said, I was mostly concerned about sightlines and screening of the neighbors and the compatibility with the residents and long-term planning for the area. Okay, so last chance, otherwise I will close the public hearing and we will go to discussion and possible action on a request to rezone the property. And we could take action tonight, or defer action if we need to think about it. Both the Plan Commission needs to take action in the form of a recommendation to the village board, and the village board then actually by ordinance, which has not been drafted, needs to rezone the property. Am I got that right, Sean? Karen? Yeah. So with that, we will close the public hearing, and we will go to agenda item number 6, which is a request by Chad Stouthammer to rezone the property on National Avenue from R1 1-acre residential to B3 general business for the purpose of an indoor RV storage operation. And first up is Plan Commission. I know the board's sitting right here too, so we can have a mixed discussion if we'd like, but let's start with the Plan Commission. Thoughts, gentlemen? I'm looking at Dan first.
We've had its own B3 for the last 36 years. I can't see any reason why we wouldn't want to extend
Mario?
It's hard to, I actually tried playing with the numbers. You look at the decent weekend numbers, number of units and whatnot, and then using his estimate for how often people are taking them out, you're talking, it was pure average, 9 on the weekend. It's not gonna be that though, because we've got better weather and worse, so could be a little busy. And, it's kind of a skinny road coming in and out of there. But that appears to be in the big picture here. So. At least, you know, they're not real big rigs that are making a lot of noise. They have some duties.
Sean, on the road, we heard testimony about the dip. I'm not sure what that necessarily is. I've been up and down that road many times and haven't really noticed it, so it can't be that big of a.
I'm looking at when that
But-
comment
but-
was made, I looked at the topography and there's some variation in the topography, but there's no noticeable dip at this location. If you go to the east, well, at the property, it's about elevation of 965 at the road. If you go to the east, it goes up to 970 and then back down to it's fairly flat to the east at about 970, and then when you go to the west, 965, 965. This particular stretch of National Avenue is not. There's not that much topography
And if-
here at this location.
And if a turn lane or a widened lane needs to be done, isn't that in the purview of the county?
Yeah, the
And that
county's gonna
They could require that in order to,
for safety purposes.
for safety
right.
purposes, in order for this project to move forward?
Yeah, they're going to look at the types of vehicles that'll be coming in and out of here and the potential traffic impact at any one point, and they'll make a determination as to what needs to be done to improve, whether it's a XL decel lane or a bypass lane or whatever it might be. And I guess we'll get into that as part of the site plan of operation. But yes, that is all. This is the county's road, and so they're going to determine what has to be done here.
Right, and there's an access point, and he hasn't proposed a second access point. It's the same access point that's there.
There,
Well, I'm assuming the county's
yeah, they're not going to give them
allow
another
another
access
one.
point.
Right.
The only other thing I'll add to this is that one of my comments for the site plan of operation report is the fire chief should look at this as well. And so I do have some comments in the driveway with both. I and the village engineer I have comments about the chief should look at this, make sure turning radius is okay, make sure that it works out okay from a fire truck perspective. And if he says it absolutely cannot be approved without two entrances, and because it's on a county road, they're not going to get it, that could mean the project couldn't happen potentially, but we won't know until the chief takes a look at this. And so even if the rezone is proposed, as mentioned before, and the site plan doesn't get approved for whatever reason, it'll just revert. So we'll make sure all those issues get sorted out. If the county can't be satisfied, it wouldn't be approved. And so there's a lot of things that have to happen here after the rezone would be approved.
Right. And it's all conditional, and like you said, I know we went through it now 3 or 4 times.
Right.
It doesn't get approved by one or more of the governing bodies, the rezoning never happens,
Right.
which allows us to maintain control, which is why we're not rezoning the whole section and leaving it up to the whims of developers.
That's a question. How close is the closest residential home to that driveway?
I can tell you, So the one to the east, the home to the east?
Right. Would be the closest. There isn't one to the west.
Yeah.
Is that right, Sean?
There is one further west, but that's a little bit further away than the one to the east. The one to the east appears to be about 135 feet from the driveway. From the internal driveway on the road, but it's further than that. It's about 180 feet from the actual entrance on National Avenue.
Jim?
Well, I'm more in line, most of these questions are site plan operation issues, not zoning. Looking at it strictly from the zoning standpoint, to me, I thought it was B3 all along anyhow, and that's consistent with our plan. Therefore, I see no valid reason not to do the rezone as requested.
The question here is, do we want it to revert back to R1?
Well,
When the B3 fits our overall future plan,
well,
and it's been that way for 36 years.
it depends if a business was proposed that was, I'm not suggesting that this fits that category, completely incompatible with the surrounding area, we could deny rezoning to B3 and wait till the next proposal comes in and then rezone it to B3, or like Sean said, B2 or B1. So, just because, it was zone B3 before, I mean, I think the more relevant point is that transitional zoning is what's been up on our land use map for some time. And this is a transitional use, right, Sean?
Well, it's consistent with our plans.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was saying.
Right.
Yes, yeah. And the only question in my mind is it compatible with the surrounding residents? And as I've stated, with the adequate screening, I think, I would think that it is. I mean, you won't be able to see it or see it very clearly anyway. And we'll get into the details, I suppose, later. It's not on the agenda. This is just the rezone, right, Sean?
Right.
But, someone made a earlier comment about expectations, and I think what the petitioner understands that just because it's conditionally rezoned for an RV park, if the RV park doesn't go through, that doesn't mean he can't either try again or propose something else and come in for a rezone again. Or sell it and then someone else can come in. Okay, so first step, Sean, would be some sort of, and it's in your staff report. You stated on the rezoning, this is in your staff report on, what, page one?
Page 4, yeah.
Page 4, staff recommendation, should the plan commission, approve of this, they would recommend to the village board, and it would be subject to all of the conditions listed there.
Right, and simply that's that the C1 conservancy and overlay and the environmental corridor overlay would stay intact on the property. Those won't be rezoned, those will stay, and those are the back half of the property that isn't being touched. Again, it's the rezone not in full force in effect unless the site plan of operations approved, and then reimbursement of professional fees, and so that's the only conditions.
Yeah, those
attached.
3 conditions.
Right.
Right, the rest of the report goes to the site plan and plan of operations. We got into that for the compatibility issue. So the plan commission could take that action tonight, or doesn't have to be done tonight, that we are under no deadline, so.
Well, to move things forward, I'll make the motion that Plan Commission recommend to the board to approve the rezoning consistent with the conditions in your,
Subject to the following, subject to the conditions
correct.
in the Fourth report. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Noack. Well, we've discussed it. Any further discussion by the Plan Commission? Then we're going to head to the board. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So the board, we've got 4 members of the 5 board, village board. You're next up on the agenda. You heard the recommendation, you've heard the discussion, you heard the public comments, you've had an opportunity to discuss. If you want to further discuss it, certainly we can at the board level. Like I said, we don't have to take action tonight. We could take action next week or next month. So I guess the first question always is, do you want to take action tonight? I think, Jim, you're ready to take action?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ladies, yes, sir, yes. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Okay, so the motion at the board level would be to concur with the Plan Commission recommendation to rezone, rezone the property from R1 residential to B3 general business, subject to the same conditions.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. We are ready for Mr. Newman and Mr. Danhammer.
So-
You'll be back in the future with site plan of operation?
So I just make the comment, so we're not, the site plan of operations not on the agenda tonight.
It's not, I don't
It's not
see
on
it.
the agenda, so
Right.
that,
As soon as possible. We thought it was gonna be on the agenda, but it's not.
January 12th.
Okay, thank you.
One thing, Carl, what about the fire inspection, and is that gonna be in your report?
so,
Does that have to be in the motion?
no, because that was just the rezone. The site plan of operation, I do have a staff, that's mentioned in the staff report. We'll ask the administrator to pass it on to the fire department and take a peek at it.
Okay.
Alex and Patrick, right away.
Right, and Sean, you'll be looking at those conditions and making sure that we covered fire department, the county, the
Yeah.
stormwater, I
And the
think
pet-
most of it's already in here.
Petitioner has a copy of this as well, so they're gonna be looking at this, and there may be some revisions to that site plan when it comes back next time.
Right. Architectural, I
Right.
mean, you had comments on that too. So,
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to call it stormwater management.
stormwater, right. Okay, next up on the agenda, and I left the board as part of this meeting to hear this discussion. It's a proposal in light of the fact that it is a 33-acre property. It's on the south side of Vernon, borders the village of McWanago. I've talked to one or both of these, Brian, I've talked to you, I think, before. I've had discussions with the village of McWanago as well, not about your particular details, but bigger picture things, and they're not talking to us. So that's where we are. That's why the board's still still part of this board meeting. Guys, I suppose, Sean, you want to kick us off, or?
What I was gonna recommend is maybe the
them
petitioner
kick it
give
off.
an overview, and then I can fill in the blanks and talk about process.
Okay, and there will be a process, as you guys know. So why don't you guys kick us off with your ideas here, and then we can take it from there.
Good, thank you.
Introduce yourselves first, though.
Sorry, yeah, I'm Brian Lindgren with Newman Developments. And I'm Steve DeClean with Newman Developments. So you hit it on the head. This is an interesting parcel. It's got a history to it. I think some people here are familiar with it. Owned by Craig Hine. Over the years, it kind of had different uses. Well, at this point, he's looking to sell it. We are a residential land developer, Newman Developments. We build for 3 sister companies, Halen Homes, Harbor Homes, and Tim O'Brien Homes. So we develop land for them, and we develop land that is sold to other builders and in the open market. Primarily out of southeast Wisconsin here, so we've done developments in Vernon in the past, McWanago, Big Bend, Waukesha, all over, so we're quite familiar with the area. When this one came up and was proposed by Mr. Hine for sale, we wanted to take a good look at it and come up with something that we thought was a good land use, something that blended well with surrounding land uses, something that would meet the needs of our builders and meet the needs and wants of future residents. So we're looking for houses in the area. So what we came up with here, so the development does come in off of Cardinal Lane, which is in McWanago. There is a portion of the development in McWanago, and once we get through that, we have it's really a nice kind of generally sloped parcel. I'm looking at the pink lots now, 5 through 16. These would be single-family lots adjacent to more single-family lots, adjacent to undeveloped property that's being farmed currently or is kind of a wooded area. So good transition there from smaller lots into larger lots here in Vernon. So, on the other side, we have Edgewood Avenue on the west. There's a little bit more density along Edgewood Avenue, so we wanted to blend that in. There are some apartments, there's condominiums, there's things that already exist there. So the idea here was to come up with some duplex lots. These, again, everything has to be served by a private on-site well and septic system. These are larger lots to accommodate the room for the necessary septic system. The reason they're kind of oddly shaped and large as they are is because this is where Mr. Hine was running a lot of his business operations. There's a fair amount of disturbed ground in that area that wouldn't be suitable for a septic system, so they will need to be larger. So each one has enough land available for that, for testing and installation of a system.
Important to note too, we don't intend to actually purchase those. We would carve those lots out and Mr. Hine would retain those. So I can't speak to his specific plans with those duplex lots, what his timing would be.
Oh, okay.
And then the third option here is the big yellow lot 1 on the site plan. And we've got that identified as flexible zoning, undetermined use at this time. It is adjacent to the self-storage and other proposed kind of business, light industrial type uses that are along National Avenue. This one as well, we would more than likely retain, not move forward with any specific zoning at this time. Just open uses, but the idea being that it probably blends best as kind of a light business type use as it transitions off of National Avenue back into residential uses. So, other than that, 12 really, so it's 12 residential single-family lots and 3 duplex lots, and we're looking for any feedback. We've got the report, so I don't know, Sean, you're going to go through that, and we can answer any questions and comments on that. And anything else that anybody has, we're looking for some direction as to if it's something that you would like to see or like to see in a modified fashion, how we'd go about moving it forward.
In your 37 smaller lots, those are going to be in the village of McWanago. On everybody's picture, you'll see the square footage on them, and it's going to be municipal water and sewer.
Yes, those are single-family lots, would be on McWanago's municipal water and sewer, and also part of that transition out of the areas to the south on Gray Fox and Cardinal, which are higher density condos and apartments.
And you've got outlots for wetlands, environmental.
Outlots, wetlands, environmental, and stormwater is what would be the purpose of the outlots primarily.
Sean,
Yeah,
turn
sure.
it over to you.
Yeah, I'm just, I think in general, the concept makes sense in terms of surrounding land uses and transitions between uses. It's obviously on the border with the village of McWanago. There's some more density here. There's some commercial uses. I think the commercial on the north end, or the flex commercial industrial on the north end, makes sense because there is a road, a stub road that comes off of National Avenue there west of the mini warehouses that would access something, and so it wouldn't make sense for that road to access residential uses that have to drive by the mini storage to get to your house. So I think proposed lot 1, the commercial flex lot, makes sense to be that use, and then the wetland open space area makes sense as a transition between that commercial industrial use and the rest of the residential. It all kind of flows. I do have a couple of comments about process and just a couple concerns. The comprehensive plan for the area would need to be changed. Right now, it's recreational, and that's because at one point this was a golf course, and so
driving range or something.
exactly, a golf course and a driving range and a transition, and so it was always that. It was never proposed for anything else. At least the comp plan was never changed in response to anything else, and so that's the first step. I think I could support changing the comprehensive plan in this area from recreational. It's not going to be a golf course or a driving range anymore, and so it's going to be something else. So no matter what it's going to be, we're going to have to entertain a different use. So that'll happen. Comprehensive plan does require at least a 30-day public notice, a class 1 notice for that to happen, and so there's some lead time involved in there, but that's only one step. The zoning is currently RRD5, which is our rural residential 5-acre district. That wouldn't work for this, so it would also have to be rezoned. I think probably the best category, at least for those larger lots in the village of Vernon, the light pink lots, which are lots 5 through 16, would probably be a good candidate for R2 zoning, which allows lots as small as 30,000 square feet, but goes up from there. The smallest lot back there looks like it's just above 30,000 square feet, all the way up to 45,000 maybe. So I think R2 is the right category for that. The commercial flex space, I don't know. The zoning of that's going to depend on the use, and they don't have anything in mind at this time. So that lot could even stay zoned RRD5 for the time being if this got redeveloped and then rezoned to something else as an actual when a development proposal comes in. The biggest concern I have is the duplex lots on Edgewood. There's 3 lots there. We don't currently have a mechanism for duplex lots at the time. We used to have a category, a conditional use for 2-family and multifamily, but we took it out of the code simply because we didn't have enough conditions in there to protect the village. And so it was a conditional use without having any conditions to sort of review it by. And so that got removed. Doesn't mean we couldn't put it back in, because we could, but that would require an amendment to the zoning ordinance to reestablish that as a conditional use with proper conditions. So if they want to go forward with duplex lots, that's just another step. And that's, realistically, that's probably a 2 to 3 month process to change the zoning code to allow that to happen. So it's a possibility, but it's another hurdle. The cul-de-sac length is another potential issue. Where Cardinal Lane comes off of Gray Fox Trail, it extends into the property. It goes into the single-family lots in the village of McGuanago, and then it goes further north into the village of Vernon. The length of that is about 1,700 feet. Our current limit on cul-de-sac length in the village is 600 feet, but allows waivers up to 1,200 feet. So we'd be even beyond that. So that would require an amendment to our land division ordinance to require to allow that cul-de-sac length. There's no other good way to access the property back there, so you do need something of a lengthy cul-de-sac to get back there, but that would require input from the fire chief and then amending the land division ordinance to make that happen. As you know, any subdivision plat in the village requires our residential development permit to be issued, which is a process. It's our scoring system. So anytime a subdivision's proposed, we evaluate the proposed development to make sure it merits approval of it, and so that would have to happen as well before we could actually get to the plat stage. And then finally, there's going to be some coordination that's required here as part of, between the village of McGuanago and Vernon, particularly with that road extension. And so Cardinal Lane would go through the McGuanago and would end up in the village of Vernon. And so there'd have to be some coordinated phasing and development agreement details associated with that particular roadway. Not saying it can't be overcome, and there's a challenge that couldn't be overcome, but certainly a hurdle as part of that. Lastly, I noticed, obviously when this was developed in the past, there was annexation and there was the border between the villages is kind of weird. Obviously, Lot 28 is strange shape, and that was planned for a cul-de-sac at some point. I mean, just by looking at it, you can tell there was supposed to be a cul-de-sac there. And so Lot 28's in McGuanago, but lots 3 and 4 would be in Vernon, and so those would also be strangely shaped lots. What's the reason, and maybe there's a very good reason, why can't Lot 28 just be a cul-de-sac bulb like it was always intended?
Yeah, it's, again, because of that weird dynamic of McGuanago, Vernon, trying to get together on this area. There's limitations to the sewer and water, and running the sewer and water an extra couple hundred feet because that cul-de-sac would be in McGuanago, and then all of the lots fronting to that public right-of-way would be in Vernon.
Is that what you're saying, Sean?
Yeah. So those lots, yes, those lots would access a road that's in McGuanago, but that happens all the time. I mean, there's roads that are in one jurisdiction and lots front, that road. From my perspective, it just seems that the development pattern of lots 2, 3, and 4, you're going to get probably an extra lot out of it if you do. You're going to lose lot 28, obviously.
So, but I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying the road would be built and dedicated to McGuanago.
Right.
And then they'd take possession of that, they would maintain that, but the lots themselves
Would be in
all
Vernon.
But they would load onto a road in McGuanago.
They would. And so I know there's some details that have to be worked out, but I just think lots 2, 3, and 4 are, you mentioned they're longer because of soils. They're just inefficient lots. They're just
No, it's a great idea. I don't agree that I've ever seen that, Sean.
where lots have fronted a different municipality's roadway.
Completely dedicated.
It's not usually designed that way,
Right.
but there's a lot of instances where
We're
it
not,
actually,
we want to design this.
where it actually occurs,
Yes,
right.
We're past that.
I'm having a lot of heartburn about the shape of lot 28 in McGuanago and the shapes and inefficiencies of lots 2, 3, and 4 in Vernon. Those lots they're big. They're too big for a duplex lot. There's just a lot of wasted space there.
I have a naive question in that area. The dashed lines around 2, 3, and 4, is that?
That's a current lot line. So that would be combined and reconfigured. That's an existing lot that's separate.
2, 3, and 4 are these big, long.
Right.
Do you think McGuanago would be okay with that?
I just think it's something that should be at least talked about, right?
I think importantly too, it would require to get a soil testing, a septic soil testing person out here to see what areas are suitable.
Soil test and not the date.
We haven't taken that step yet, no. The undisturbed areas, we're not worried about here on the red. It would be in the brown, the 2, 3, and 4, where there are areas that have been disturbed.
Right.
So Sean, I'm sorry.
But the disturbed area looks to be where the houses would be, and then behind that is undisturbed, it looks like.
So we would have, I'm sorry, so we would have well and septic lots more off there is your thought.
Right. They would be Vernon lots, and you could get more than 3 lots back there if you use that bulb. And they wouldn't have to be duplex lots necessarily. So just, I think it should at least be talked through is all I'm saying. And if both parties, if McGuanago hates the idea, or if Vernon they can't reach an agreement, or they just say, well, absolutely not, you're not going to put lots on our road if we're, then it's a dead point. So that's all I had for comments. It's a comp plan amendment, it's a rezoning, it's coordination with McGuanago, it's the cul-de-sac length issue and the changes to the subdivision ordinance, and if these are going to be duplex lots, it's amendments to the zoning ordinance as well.
Happy to look into that.
But generally, I think, the land uses and the configuration makes sense given the context.
Well, Vernon kind of got stuck. The whole shape of the lot was caused by annexation. And that little bulb was caused by annexation, and there are, people in Vernon's viewpoint is they should have never put that pipe underneath the river. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, Village of McWanago is not willing to extend sewer and water for even a more orderly, transition into Vernon. And our board has talked about detachment, and we're not detaching anything out of Vernon without something coming back our way, period. It's just not going to happen. And we fought long and hard to be incorporated and to stop this annexation. And the Village of McWanago, I don't know, they don't even reconsider
Right.
anything.
So I wonder, though, what about adjusting the boundaries between the municipalities here to make
Well,
more sense?
they'll adjust it. They'll take everything that we were willing to give them.
Sure, I understand.
We did ask. Yeah.
And no, they're not worried. They're not wanting to adjust this anyway.
What Carl said.
Because it would make sense, obviously, in that
Right.
west end, to adjust that to be in maybe McGuanago, those 3 lots, and then give a little bit up for Vernon. That would make sense.
It was a hard fight.
Right, it's a non-starter over there, even though, But I think you're right, Sean. I think the annexation, put that bulb in there on purpose, which is now depicted in 28. And I think you're right, too, that you could probably get 4, maybe 5 lots in Vernon off the bulb, but you'd just lose 1, Lot 28 in McWanago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lot 28 just isn't desirable I wouldn't buy the lot because you're surrounded on all sides by other lots that are,
Great spot for a gazebo.
right. It's
Yeah,
it's a
right.
perfect spot for a gazebo. Yeah, but it's got issues based on how it's situated with those other lots.
I actually think the lot would be fine. I think that backyard would be a really strange shaped backyard, but I think it would probably feel more normal than you might think. That said, I think your idea of putting lots in Vernon around that cul-de-sac is a better plat than what we've got. I also want to make it clear what we do with this piece is not, we're totally open to suggestions, whether those are duplexes, single-family lots. We're not, this project isn't hinging on.
Sure,
what we do.
sure.
I think
Right.
we should all just make a good decision together.
You could get lots around that cul-de-sac if the cul-de-sac extended to 28, and then you could even probably put lots on Edgewood then as well. So you're gonna get
Maybe, it depends on the septic.
that's a possibility though.
I think you'd be surprised how disturbed this area is.
Okay.
I don't think there's gonna be as many spots for septic systems as you might expect.
Okay.
It's worth a look.
Yeah.
He ran like a grading operation and stuff too, among other things. And there's a lot of driving around on that site that's gonna make it tough.
As you go to the east too, you get it's hydric soils as well. It's
Right.
just
Right.
to get closer to the wetlands.
So the purpose of the discussion tonight is just to introduce it to the Plan Commission and Board and see what your thoughts are in general on the concept. I think they're just looking to whether they move forward and not waste time, but spend more time on the process.
Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head, John. I think you've hit all the concerns, and the process here is going to be a little more involved, and we're going to have some coordination with the Village of McWanago on all of this. And I don't know if that means joint meetings or, everybody's going to contingently approve it based on, the whole concept. I mean, if we say this is great and McWanago says no, well, where does it really get us to anywhere?
Have they seen the concept yet? This new concept, and what's the direction from them?
They're in favor.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at a kind of a spot in the world where the world needs housing and McGuanago needs lots, and so they're in support. I think they also kind of feel for Craig a little. I I mean, he's been trying to do something with his property for a long time, and he kind of got himself in a little bit of a jam by annexing half of it.
Mhm.
You had the irregular shape for lot two.
Oh, that jog in the back half?
Yeah, it had, too, is here, it had to do with Mr. Hines' desire of where he wanted the house placement more than anything. It's, that drove that.
This little jog in the back.
Yeah, he wanted, his desire was to have the house all the way to the back.
So which lots again is he retaining?
2, 3, and 4 in the brown.
Oh.
Yeah. And that is unless we'll further investigate and we potentially put the cul-de-sac there and if we can get a couple lots around there,
That would change
that
that.
would change things.
We weren't really.
And it might change your contract with Mr. Hine and
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
change his mind too.
I like the lots a lot more off that cul-de-sac than I do off Edgewood. I'm not super comfortable with a single-family lot loading right off Edgewood. Frankly, that's not something we were thinking was a marketable product.
Oh, in the front, okay, Mark, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
off the cul-de-sac, it's better. That changes things. So that's a value add, honestly, on this.
Right, even though they're backyard or side yard, depending on which way it will be backing up into Edgewood, but that's, happens all the time.
Right, and there's a lot of depth there that
Yep.
is fine. So if we can work that out, that's helpful.
John, would this be a good place for a PUD?
You could use a PUD, but there'd be no real benefit to using a PUD. The only, what,
Isn't your zoning a lot more flexible?
not the use. The use isn't more flexible. We couldn't say if it's a PUD, you automatically get to do two-family. It's based on the underlying zoning district, and so if it's zoned R2, you could do a R2 PUD, for instance, but that only gets you more lots potentially, and what they're asking for is all doable under existing zoning.
Mixed-use PUDs.
They are for commercial / residential, but it doesn't speak to multifamily.
Residential's in a PUD.
The way it's written is not, it's based on the underlying zoning district. And so currently we don't allow two-family in any zoning districts. And so it's just not a possibility without amendment to the code.
To us, if from our chair, if you don't have zoning that we can get comfortable with as a marketable product, we would come ask for a PUD. In your case, I think the zoning is really great. The category totally works for the given use. So we don't want a PUD.
Except for the two families, it's only,
The zoning doesn't flow.
Which would,
Patches here and there.
with respects to which one?
Well, like the property on Edgewood there is owned by,
Yeah.
not owned, but under our jurisdiction here. And you've got littler homes to the east of that. My big concern is the road pattern. You've got a lot of properties coming off of this Cardinal Lane here. All that traffic has to go past those residential condos there. That's the only access you've got for fire department. Getting in and out of that, all of that construction. All the construction trucks have to go in through there.
that's
Get
true.
back to the
I sure
subject
would
of the
want
PUD.
that
To get back to the subject of the PUD though, how does the PUD help with that objection?
I thought they were more flexible in the zoning, where you could propose different things in different areas and leave open space.
Yeah, they are flexible in terms of use, but it doesn't automatically give you the right to do multifamily or two-family in the PUD. And so that's the problem. It gives you flexibility on setbacks and lot sizes and all those things. But we don't need that. I mean, that's not the concern.
The last proposal we had from Mr. Hine had a road coming out to Edgewood Avenue across that little strip of land there that's part of lot 2.
It wouldn't,
You would have at least another access to a major road, into that subdivision. If you come off of Cardinal Lane, you're talking about 1,700-foot cul-de-sac.
oh, yeah.
And where's that measured from, Sean?
That's the nearest two-way intersection. So it's
Gray
measured at
Fox.
Gray Fox and Cardinal.
Those are also cul-de-sacs.
Not Gray Fox.
Not Gray Fox.
Gray Fox, isn't Gray Fox a horseshoe that, horseshoe that hits
Yeah.
Edgewood Avenue?
It's measured from here. That's the point it's measured from.
You don't only just have one cul-de-sac, you've got three of them.
Right.
Oh,
So
right.
the length of, exactly. The length of this one's down here. The length of this one's there.
Can we
Oh, okay.
extend our jurisdiction on a cul-de-sac into McQuonigle?
What do you mean by
Well,
that? I don't understand.
It's yeah. I know what he's saying. It's actually a kind of a tricky situation. It's not jurisdiction. It's basically saying we don't allow cul-de-sacs to be longer than 600 feet, right?
For what purpose?
Fire.
You've got a lot more than that
You got 1,700. You have
1,700.
1,700 feet. Yeah.
in this whole project.
Right, but the longest one's 1,700 feet,
Well,
right? And
but
so
all of these properties have to come through this one access here on Cardinal Lane.
I agree with your what he's saying is that if this cul-de-sac here says stopping here might come all the way up.
Correct.
And that would give you could load that then off of the roadway. You'd have another entrance in. All the construction traffic would come in off of Edgewood. And so you're going to build a little more road, obviously a few hundred more feet of road, but it would solve access issues. It would solve the problems with the development of that. Those could all be single family. And so they would load onto a town road then, or at least that portion of the town road versus the Village of Vernon Road versus Village of McGuanago Road. You'd spend a little more money on the roadway, but it might solve more access issues.
You can see how close that condominium is to the existing cul-de-sac on Cardinal Lane. Those people are gonna have all that traffic coming past their place there.
Right. That's a great point.
And I believe, when Craig Hine came in last time, he also had some type of a loop system that went around the property. And maybe access to Van Buren. Anybody?
Is Van Buren that stub road?
Right. Anybody have that proposal he had last year?
I don't think anybody, not last year, we haven't seen anything from Craig Hine for a long time. Have we, Karen?
I'm checking,
I do have it. I won't
I'm checking now.
be able to dig it up right now.
No,
Wasn't it
I'd be
August?
curious to see it. I mean, I guess ultimately our decision to do this has everything to do with the most interesting municipal boundary I think I've ever seen in economics.
Right.
It's, if we were to run the road out to Red Fox Run, which is kind of where it would have to come in, I'm not sure that we get more than 2 or 3 lots in that whole Brown area, just because of what's disturbed, the amount of the frontage that you
Well,
pick
you
up.
know, that's where cooperation with the village of McQuonigo would come in and run that sewer through that,
Oh, yeah,
that part of the street.
absolutely. That would make it an entirely different discussion.
Where is the sewer coming in from now?
Cardinal Lane.
All the way
Right.
from the south.
Yeah.
Right.
As an alternative, I guess I was gonna propose here as a cul-de-sac question is if Cardinal Lane were to be extended to the property boundary to the north, or it could ultimately be extended back to National Avenue. Now, there is another property up here that is undeveloped at the moment, but
That's for sale.
it's,
But you have a temporary cul-de-sac basically at the
Yeah.
north end of that. That might be a consideration.
stub roads are common, and eventually they get extended, we hope, and,
Maybe.
doesn't always happen.
This is probably more of a concern of the boundary lines here, but I didn't like the 2 small lots, 18 and 19, across the street from the large lot, 5, on Vernon, Village Vernon.
Yeah.
The problem,
Nice house, you're looking at smaller houses right across the street.
that
It's not a good transition there.
I would front the house north if I was building a house there.
the property to the
Oh,
northeast, that if the temporary cul-de-sac was extended, it looks like what that would give you is you'd access the back portion of that property that's divided by, looks like wetlands there. It's just going to make a longer cul-de-sac than we already have. And
It
so
looked like there was at least a farm crossing between those wetlands that might potentially be able to be crossed.
to get the road to
Get
come
the road
all the way through,
National.
right?
I don't know. That's besides an aerial. I haven't looked into that property at all. But
Right. I haven't spent
in
any
our
time either.
in our experience, as far as getting wetland fill permits and things like that, the DNR is usually a little bit more
For access.
for when it comes down to access,
Mhm.
and they do an alternatives analysis, and that is the best option is to use the current farm crossing.
Sure. But then again, that property doesn't need access from your property necessarily because it
But if
has
they want to access
directed
the
to
back
national.
half of their property, they'll have to cross that wetland anyway.
That's right. So, but I guess what I'm worried about is that if it gets extended to that property, the cul-de-sac becomes longer, and if they never bring it forward to cross that wetland, then it's more of an issue.
It's a sensory concern.
Yeah, I think that's a concern that gets addressed when that property, a plan comes forward on that property, and, that we have the same conversation we're having here, that road should continue through the property and ultimately to National Avenue. Just like we're having on Edgewood.
So Dan, back to I'm trying to understand your point about access points in the cul-de-sacs. There's three cul-de-sacs off of Cardinal Lane, which is off of Gray Fox Trail. Gray Fox Trail is a horseshoe. It hits Edgewood in two places, right? So you got two spots in, but they're all coming through Cardinal Lane.
Right.
And there's three cul-de-sacs, two of which are going to be wholly in the village of McWanago. And the longer one, and Sean, I don't know where you measured it. I think, if you said, I don't remember.
Intersection of Cardinal and Gray Fox Trail is where it gets measured from.
Okay, from way at the beginning. Okay, so that's 1,700 feet. And half of
Approximately.
it is, approximately, half of it's going to be in Vernon. Right.
Right.
Yeah, you measured it from Cardinal Lane and Gray Fox Trail, and you measured 1,700 feet. This is the longest one that extends into Vernon.
Right.
Not the two shorter ones.
Right. Those probably exceed 602,
Right.
but the longest is the 1,700-foot one.
Right. And our concern always is fire department. Other places, like where I grew up, and cul-de-sacs were miles long,
Right,
okay?
right.
Miles, all right?
But if you look at that condominium there on Cardinal Lane, what if there's a fire in there? And the fire trucks have to get into that cul-de-sac or on that street.
Okay, which one, the long one or the two short ones or any of them?
This little condominium here right next to.
Oh, right next to the existing cul-de-sac,
Cul-de-sac.
okay,
There's a fire there.
yeah.
This guy that lives up over here, he's got a heart attack. How do you get to him? When this street is full of fire engines here.
Yeah, it's less than ideal.
Not
And
a good road layout.
I think we can all agree that a second access point out to Edgewood would be best, right?
That's an option. That's what Mr. Hein had last time he was in here.
Right, but it would alleviate that concern of two entrances in. I know it might not be economically feasible and could, if it ruins the whole deal, then that stinks, but it would solve the access issues.
What is our zoning on these spots here?
This all RRD5 right now. So everything has to be rezoned.
Ideally, you could have some apartments or condos like we have up here
Could
on this property.
Could be, but again, it's going to be all it's going to be all on-site septic, and there's got to be enough room. And
That's where we need cooperation with McWanago to alleviate some of their problems and come up with something for the betterment of each community.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, it's beyond what we're capable of doing. We did ask the questions.
You know,
And if the answer is just, we're gonna have to halt approvals on things like this until that happens. We just put this down and come back later. But the odds of us coming in and brokering a peace treaty, I just don't think that's in the cards, and I don't think that's a practical ask. And I hope that sounds fair. I mean, you can't really ask me to do.
I understand your position.
I think in the meantime, I think it's practical, marketable development. I think it does transition from condos to small lot, single family to some large, really nice lots up there in Vernon, and it's a viable project as it is.
A lot of traffic coming out the Cardinal Lane.
Well, when it's all built out. But remember too, Dan, the Vernon side of this is 12 lots, so there's 12 single-family homes coming out of Cardinal Lane. The other traffic is all, I mean, heck, the Village of McGuanago could approve that without us, quite frankly.
Yeah, they don't have objection with the cul-de-sacs.
Well, they do not.
No. I mean, you can look at aerials and, like you said, there's a lot of places that, you know, stub streets and cul-de-sacs, it's a fine line.
Right. Fire departments don't like them, police departments do like them, and people like them. Because it shuts down traffic, through traffic.
Yeah. And obviously, we'd be happy to sit down and talk to your fire chief to see what he thinks.
Yeah,
That's,
did anybody talk to the fire department in Ohio?
yeah.
Yeah, they were part of a meeting we had, yes.
They have no problem.
I mean, I guess the benefit to the Vernon lots
I'll
is
send it
that
over
there would be
tomorrow.
hydrants brought all the way up to the line. I mean, all the Vernon lots would be very close to municipal water, and in emergency services, they would use that fire hydrant.
Well, yeah, they'd probably beat us to a house fire
Yeah.
on mutual aid. And all structure fires, it's automatic mutual aid, so. Snow plowing and so on, you know, we'd either trade him a street or John would just drive a truck in there and plow our cul-de-sac out.
This is not our area, but the westerly end of 18, 19, and 20. Fairly close to it. I don't know how much that water stream really represents reality.
The blue is highlighted with the wetland, delineated wetland boundary. So there are, well, more than likely flood elevations and things like that, but I believe we pulled all the lots far enough out. Most of it kind of spills over to the west instead of the east.
They change pretty frequently.
Yeah, right, they have a new planner and a new administrator. And I have not met either one of them. Yeah.
Oh, do you? That's good.
Would it help to have the planners and the administrators get together, or is that?
Oh, I'm assuming that you spoke with the village president and the village planner, village administrator.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need a little time, Dan. They're all brand new, they gotta.
Maybe be a time to get some cooperation.
We could try. Carl could bring some Christmas cookies. Sorry, it's late.
They're not even willing to reconsider anything at this point. Now, maybe that'll change. I don't know.
Well, if neither community loses any properties or land, we can get a better development out of it. Be sure some sewer, you don't want sewer in our property, but
Well, that's a different question. And it's, to me, open-ended, hasn't been decided whether we'd be willing to entertain extension of municipal sewer and water into Vernon in a very limited manner, like this. In a very limited manner like this. But that was a non-starter over by them, so. mean, not to say that it would even be a starter with our board, but there's no point in even bringing it to the board at that point if it's not gonna happen. That would be helpful too, reconfiguring the land so that it was fair and straightening out the border. That would be at least something we'd listen to in Vernon. That's what I told them. On both of those items, I told them we'd at least listen. But neither one was a starter on their side. Well, there's nothing to bring back to the board at that point. But otherwise, Sean, there's got to be some transition between what I view as bad land use choices by McQuanago through annexations, the mini warehouses, the multifamily. We're not fans of that in Vernon, but, we've got to transition it somehow and make it work. So, I would be open to it.
Would you want to see what the fire chief says about the layout before we push them one way or another in terms of, hey, do we absolutely need a second connection out to Edgewood, or cul-de-sac length going to be an issue? Maybe it makes sense to get feedback from the chief, and then we could follow up with you guys on some direction based on that.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. If the fire chief is supportive of it, I want to just make it clear, like, the only thing that's really important to us is we do need to get some lot yield out of this area,
Right.
this land. What happens on Edgewood is not important to us. I don't think we're loud and clear on that. We're not even asking for any zoning on I'm going to call an industrial component right now. But, if the fire chief is in support and we still don't have support for kind of like these 30,000 square foot lots out here, I'd rather just know now and have an efficient death, I guess. That's my ask of you guys. If we talk to your fire chief and he's got any problems with it, we put the whole thing down. That's fine. But if he's in support, man, I'd hate to come back and then find out we just really didn't want it in the first place.
Well, I think I gave my opinion on it. I think that generally the land uses make some sense in terms of 30,000 square foot lots, the industrial to the north. It's just what to do about the weird area on Edgewood is really what I have heartburn about, and whether or not there has to be a second connection. And so, do you guys feel in general this is the uses that are proposed generally okay?
Right now, the area we're talking is R5.
RRD5, it would have to be rezoned in any circumstance.
Yeah.
We haven't really discussed that flex use area.
And they don't develop commercially, right? You guys don't do that, so that would be sold off at some point in time.
Is that feasible to develop that into residential?
Lot 1, are you talking? The yellow one?
Yeah.
Not without water and sewer. The majority of that is in hydric soils. Yeah, it would ultimately be no more than probably 3 potential parcels, just because of what is available for a septic system.
But all the green area and then the yellow area, it's all hydric soils that won't support septic fields. It's the majority of it.
What kind of uses do we envision for that property?
Well, it's behind storage units. That's another place for a potential more storage, or a contractor's yard, or a contractor business. There's not, it's going to be another commercial operation without sewer and water. It's pretty limited.
Multi-family?
Well, that could potentially work without basements, right? If it was multifamily.
Yeah, the area that has the potential for water and sewer is all the way to the west, that backs to the apartments. That's undisturbed and out of the hydrant.
So you guys don't do multifamily development? You don't. Okay. But yeah, that could be a multifamily site potentially. Again, you'd still have to access it through, next to those mini storage units to get there. That's never ideal.
My hope was just to kind of take any kind of concerns about that off the table altogether and say, hey, when something comes to have a conversation, we'll come ask you.
When it's the right use, we're not gonna rezone until it's the right use, and
We want what's easiest for you guys on that one, because we don't know either.
I'd hate to have the people in these pink lots here look down on a contractor's lot.
Me too. Me too, which is why it was important enough to us that we are buying that land, because I've got to get a feel for what this all looks like. I'm not gonna be too surprised if there's not just some berming and some landscaping that happens here as a shield, and then that's it forever. I don't know yet. And that's why we're not asking for anything there yet at all. The only thing that's really important to us is that we do get these pink lots.
So lot size is really, how do we feel about the lot
And I think
size?
cul-de-sac length too.
Yeah.
Right.
Given, you know.
And the cul-de-sac lake, right?
Yeah.
And the lot sizes.
yeah.
So they're just under, well, not all of them. The largest one is 58,000, so it's a little over an acre. Otherwise, they are
30,000.
30,000, 3/4 of an acre, let's say roughly, give or take.
It's R2
So
zoning.
it's R2 zoning. And we have R2 zoning.
Yeah, and if there's ever an argument where to use R2 zoning, it would make it,
Right. We don't necessarily embrace R2 zoning, but if, like you said,
but for the location to put it
Right.
would be more next to more dense development in the village of Maguanago. So if we're going to use it, this is a good spot to use it.
you think that would set precedent in other places in the village of Vernon?
Well, if you can, sure, if there's other places that are similar to this in terms of density,
Yeah. Along the edge, that's
right
it.
along the edge.
But that is why we became a village, is to stop that.
Right, but our category, the yellow category that you see on the the zoning, the comprehensive plan, I'm sorry, the brown category.
We have total control of what happens, well, now, we didn't before.
Right.
We do, but that
Right.
that category allows smaller lots. It's not just 1 acre lots that it allows.
Sean, it's this brown with the slash, right?
Yeah, so low density residential is 20,000 square foot to 1.49 acres per dwelling unit. So the 1 acre lot falls in there, but also the 30,000 square foot lot falls in there. So in those brown areas could be more dense development, and it's largely around more densely populated areas. It surrounds the village of Big Bend. It's to the north, it's to the west around Maguanago. So we allow it by default through our comp plan. You can ask for it. You can ask for that R2 zoning. All I'm saying is that this is a decent location to consider it.
And that's an area we're going to look at after we get our numbers from the census. Because we haven't studied that area for a long, long time.
Right. We haven't looked at the rest of the map.
Right. And so much has changed in the village of Maguanago as it relates to the village of Vernon.
Piece there carved out, sitting vacant for, if you're gonna buy it, so you can control it. Control the ultimate use. Protect your investment in the residential side. Yep. And you don't necessarily care about those lots on Edgewood Avenue, you said. You'd even carve them off your deal with Mr. Hine, and he could just maintain, have them there, sitting there.
Correct. What about the shapes of those lots? None of them match our zoning.
Shapes?
Rectangular.
Sean just left.
Oh, didn't see that.
That's why I kind of proposed on the map that I just gave them, to have that street go extended out to Edgewood, you could have lots on both sides. You might need sewer, but I don't know.
Yeah, driven by soil issues, I suppose, to disturb soils and,
We don't know that yet.
right, we do not know that yet. How long ago did Mr. Hine come in here? I don't remember, well, I wasn't part of any of this then. Had to be more than 3 years ago.
Oh, no, he was here when I was on the Ward Planning Commission. I remember that when he came in.
I mean, not, I'd have to go back and look, but I can't find a plan commission meeting that has that documentation from him.
Must have been short.
Conceptually, I guess I agree that, well, first of all, we don't have any control over what McGuanago is going to do on their side of it. And, you know, they're going to put in as many houses as they can in that area, in that area. So it probably isn't conducive to us to hold out and make them, our guys put in big houses on big lots, looking down at all those little houses in little lots. So I tend to agree with, if we're gonna, we got R2 already on the books, and if that's, you know, that's probably the best place to use it in the area. I mean, getting something done with that would look nice. I mean, I hate those apartments and the building against duplexes anyhow, but conceptually, I guess I'd be okay with it. You know, the cul-de-sac and the chief's issues would have to be addressed, but
John's got a copy of that plan that was submitted by Craig Hines. They went out through Van Buren and out to Edgewood with their street pattern.
Yeah, the road came down from National, looped around, hit Cardinal, and then came back out to Edgewood, is what the original concept was. And I'm not sure how viable that is, but that's what Mr. Hine brought in to discuss at one point.
When did he do that?
I don't even know if it made it to Plan Commission or not. I can't recall.
Well, that's why I don't remember it then.
Did it? Was it?
Did
Okay.
we? Must not have been a big discussion. What day was that? What meeting was that?
I can tell you it was back in about February of this year.
We must not have spent very much time on it.
I don't think we did. I think
it's
it.
conceptual, right?
I mean, from an economic perspective, limiting the crossings of that creek, that there's a high volume of water, what we're finding that flows through there on rain events. So the road crossings, like if you cross on Grave Rocks, you can see it's large box culverts. I mean, I don't know, it's a fine line between a very large culvert and a bridge. So it's kind of.
Thing is, what happens if McQuanago approves their portion of it, and we don't have access to our property here? The other part,
Yeah, they could easily.
we wouldn't develop it then, without
No, you,
the larger lot portion there.
No, we're interested in the larger lots as well as the smaller lots.
Might we carve off just the village part?
Stubborn
With the rest?
Depends on what Mr. Hines interested in, how many pieces he wants to.
I do kind of think if we go that far and we did the McGuanago piece, it would be a shame to not run that road up there and build it out. Get to look at the numbers.
Seems like we're kind of spinning wheels here until we get fire department.
Dan and Mark, how do you feel about the size of the lots in Vernon? 30,000 RRD2. Yeah.
Almost. Don't see any problem with that at all.
Mario, you have any issues? Us old timers don't like it, but it's a transition area. Just. We live in Vernon, we're all spoiled, aren't we?
But there is a big demand, and somewhere out there, there's potential for government influence to force multifamily housing. See what happens.
Well, there is that issue lurking. On a top-down level. From the top, not from the bottom. So guys, where do we stand? We're gonna go check in with the fire department.
I'd like to see a meeting between McWanago and Vernon. See what we can come up with.
Let me know how that works for you, Dad.
We got a new administration there, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
It's possible, you know, that, I'm not closing the door. I mean, I didn't
No, I
close the
asked.
board before. Oh, we just had an ask in 2020, and in 21, they came back, and I said, what's changed? They said nothing. I'm like, well, I don't see any reason to meet. So,
Happy to try.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we talked a little bit about, maybe positioning lots around that cul-de-sac. So we're gonna take a look at that and check, we're gonna check in with Guano on that and check the soil, just the soil testing that's available to see what we gotta do to make sure we can get septic fields on those. We're gonna talk to the fire chief. I feel like that was it, right? And then we're gonna try to arrange for a meeting with McGonigal. We'll make that ask again on both land swaps and the extension of services. I think the land swaps is more possible than the extension of services was my read on the situation. But even now, it would be really great to just trade acreage for acreage and try to clean it up. Would you guys be okay with that if we could work that out? with McGonigal?
I would think so. Who would be at the meeting and everything could be worked out, maybe maybe we'd start with the planners and administrators, or maybe you,
Well, the planners, it's going to be easy for us to agree on a land swap. I mean,
Yeah.
that's going to be, it makes perfect sense to do that. So we're not going to make the decision, so that's.
so I don't know if it's
nowhere.
I
If it
just
needs
don't
to be-
remember where the resistance, I know I got heavy resistance on a land swap. I just don't remember where it came from, if it was this side or if it was the McGonigal side, honestly.
oh, okay. Well,
If it's an equal swap and it straightens out some of the borders there and makes this easier to accomplish, I don't see why we would.
well, sure, we'd certainly talk about it, and that can be done the boards are gonna have to approve that, so each respective board will have to approve it, and yeah, it's gotta be equal or equivalent maybe, and that not only acres, but also future development and value. So, I mean, we're not taking a bunch of environmental land for prime development land. That doesn't make any sense, so.
We'll try knocking on those doors again. So I think that's the third thing then. We've got the rearranging this. We've got, trying to talk to McGonigal about those two issues. And then we're gonna call the fire chief.
Yeah.
That's great feedback.
Get their thoughts on the cul-de-sac, see if there's some redesign work we can do.
All right,
Yeah, we're gonna get his opinion, I guess.
I'm gonna send,
That will-
yeah, I'll send it to him tomorrow.
Okay.
Both chiefs.
right, it's length of cul-de-sacs and access points, entrance access points, really. Because right now, this proposed, there's one.
Well, I know when they put Highview together, there was a big issue to make sure there were two exit points. They wouldn't put an entrance point out on the county road, so Hilo got both of them. And that's a small road, but they definitely wanted two entrances.
Right, and the county didn't want it on the county road. Yeah, that's to your point, Sean, it'd be tougher to get up the ES, not only it'd just be tougher to get up there and make a new access point unless you use the, whatever it's called, the Van Buren, I guess it's called, that's little
Right.
stub road. And there you got environmental problems getting through there. Okay,
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
say hi to the boss.
Carla, are you excusing the board? Are you excusing the board at this time?
Oh, yeah, let's see where we are.
I was going to ask if we could have them move over there.
Well, wait a minute now. We got to talk about the final certified survey map for Mr. Mayer? How do you say it? Maher. There we go. I was going to get there. Maher.
You want me in the hot seat or?
Yeah, I think so. You're next up. And the village board needs to stay here in case they want to take action on your final CSM. What time is it? Do we need to take a 4-minute break? I could use a 2-minute break anyway. We need a break?
I snuck out during the
You
last
snuck
one,
out
yeah.
already. Let's take 4 minutes. 9:15, 3 minutes. How's that?
Enjoy.
Stand up too.
I take a quick power nap.
Yeah, we should put like an overhead, like bright light there.
No, the breeze is
Instead of a
kind of
fan.
nice. It's the opposite of the hot seat.
Right, it's nice and cool there.
Karen? In your absence, I sent Marsick the manual last week, or whenever.
And I put it on the agenda, Jim?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be on this last one, on next week's, it should be on the agenda.
Yeah, I already have it on for the 16th, Jim, but you already sent it to Gary?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Well, you knew the board was gonna want that done.
I mean, sooner or later, we're going to,
And you know, Macy would say it should go to, I know Macy would say that also.
yeah.
Sounds good, Jim. Yeah, they all get decent.
No, I've been in Vernon my whole life. Well, except the first 2.5 years. In Muskego? No, not that I know of.
Divide up the meeting, maybe. Isn't this so much fun? Dan
Fabulous.
smiling. What's that? Yeah, well, he's in the middle. It's 9:15.
Yeah, this might be, you might have a marathon.
Wow.
Knock that over again.
tuck it under or something.
Didn't see it go down.
Sean. I don't know that the motion actually did that. Should we go back and reconsider it? They didn't say.
We did mention it, though.
Yeah,
got
we
mentioned
did.
in the record, so it's
We-
fine. I think it's,
Yeah, because I mentioned it, I know I mentioned it,
yes, it was mentioned as per the record.
so that's good. I just didn't,
Yeah, I don't, that's always, the drafting the ordinance is required no matter what.
no matter what, I don't know why it would have to be.
I'm not sure what he meant by that, but it was distressed, it was part of it.
Right.
What's that?
The fact that the rezoning for Star Hammer needs to be done by an ordinance.
Oh, yeah, I knew, and I have it on the agenda. I'll draft the ordinance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
with- And it'll have all the contingencies.
Yeah, we talked about it. The only thing we come up with though is that Macy was things that as a condition of approval should state that it needs an ordinance. But
Yeah,
I think what he might have just been getting at is that has to be the next step.
right.
Okay.
We can't, it's not official, it's not done unless the ordinance.
Yeah, and I didn't draft it because I didn't know what was gonna happen, but I'll get it
It
drafted.
could have been that we're gonna do it and, or it was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
get
exactly.
delayed, or a bunch of questions, we had to delay it,
Yeah.
and, sure.
We were ready to
Okay,
go.
are we back?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Recess is over. We are on number 8. Discussion and possible action of a final certified survey map for Aaron Maher. I got that now, right? Tax key VNT 2059994, property located at S78 W23860 Sherry Avenue. Sean, why don't you kick us off, and then we'll go to Mr. Maher and
Yeah, I'm going to try to make this very quick. The petitioner owns 3 properties on the north side of Sherry Avenue. They're about 6 acres. 2 of them are 6 acres, and one of them is about 10 acres. The 2 western properties, the existing house, crosses over the property line, and these parcels. I know the previous owner came not to the plan commission, but did talk to staff about these particular parcels. We look back at them in terms of trying to figure out how they were created. We talked to the county about it. We couldn't really find any record of how they were created. We talked about doing a certified survey map to combine some of these parcels or to move the lot lines. That never happened. The previous owner sold them to the petitioner, and so now he's looking to clean things up. And so the 2 western parcels he's looking to combine into one, a single about 12-acre parcel so that the house no longer straddles the lot line. He also wants to build a new accessory building on that property, which we'll get to in the next agenda item. And then he's leaving the far eastern parcel, the 10-acre parcel, as a remnant. Now that particular parcel is already surveyed. There's a plat of survey that was done as part of it. So I guess I'm recommending that just be added as lot 2. I'm not sure why that can't be lot 2. So lot 1 is the one with your house, and then lot 2 would be the one that's the plat of survey is done. And I guess we can talk about that. The other thing I want to point out is that there are some wetlands on the property way in the back. They don't impact the existing buildings. They don't impact their proposed buildings. We've done this in the past. We've granted waivers so that wetland doesn't have to be delineated and put on the property. In this case, I guess I'm recommending that be considered because there's no real benefit of delineating that wetland. Nothing is going to be constructed anywhere near it. And so there's a provision here that allows that waiver to be granted. We only need that it just be marked that there's on the certified survey map that the waiver was granted, that you find that it's basically unnecessary to grant it based on the location or to delineate it based on location. And so the note just needs to be added here. I'd also add that a note be added for standard preservation of the wetland and environmental corridor at the back of the property. Our surveyor has also provided a few technical comments, nothing major, just a few cleanup things. And that's really all I have on the certified survey map.
And so there's no conceptual because this is fairly straightforward.
Yeah,
The way I
existing
read it.
buildings, existing parcels, they're just reducing it from 3 parcels to 2 parcels. I'm questioning why the far eastern parcel can't just be made Lot 2 as part of this CSM.
Or you'd CSM all 3 parcels.
Just into
Instead of just two.
2 lots, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the petitioner intends at some point to maybe sell that eastern parcel off. And again, some of the history about these is that it was kind of unknown as to how they were created in the first place. And it might be to your benefit and to the buyer's benefit is that you make that Lot 2 and you sell it off as Lot 2 rather than just an unknown parcel with a description. It's already surveyed. Your surveyor's
Yeah.
already done the survey. To add it to the CSM might be very simple to do. So that's what even if you approve the CSM now, as shown, Lot 1, you could approve it contingent on that remnant parcel being added as Lot 2.
I was under the impression they already were planning on making that a separate certified survey map.
Not as I'm saying it should just be done as all as one CSM. Lot 1 is the 2 combined, and Lot 2 would be that one.
Okay.
Because it's right now it's a parcel, but nobody knows how it was created, and so and it's maybe legal. We don't even know if it's a legal parcel of the creation. The survey's already been done. So just add it to the lot as Lot 2 of the CSM seems like a no-brainer to clean it up. Be done once and for all. Legal lot of record, no problems.
Okay, that's
and to-
what I
and to
thought
sell
we
it.
were accomplishing.
Well, no, if you look at the CSM, you can see it's only Lot 1 of the CSM, and then the remnant is just a plat of survey, but it's not Lot 2 of the CSM.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not into the technical part of it.
Right, and that's what I would recommend be done, is to one CSM, Lot 1 and Lot 2.
So these two would be Lot
That's not a
1.
CSM, it's just a plat of survey of the property.
Mr. Maher, did you share the planner comments with your surveyor?
I did, it actually,
Oh, could you just state your name and address for the record, sorry, and then we will start. Did you listen to Sean, you understand and agree with, or not agree, but understand and concur with what he's saying?
yeah, whatever makes it easiest to get this over with.
So your name and address for the record, please.
Aaron Maher, South 78W23860, Sherry Avenue. Yeah, I basically bought the place and got handed this can of worms. Looking at the surveyor comments that started on page 4 of your staff review, I did submit those to the surveyor. I was able to get updated surveys done with all those improvements. I have copies for everyone here. And I believe my wife emailed them to Karen and to Sean as well.
I didn't see them in my emails, that doesn't mean I didn't get them, but
Okay.
It was
it's-
later today.
It's not so important. Those have to be addressed before it gets signed, basically. So
Okay, well,
that's
they-
great you brought them tonight, but it's not not strictly
Okay, I just wanted to
necessary.
make sure I covered the bases.
Yeah, especially if we add Lot 2 now to the CSM. It'll have to be adjusted one more time to add that lot on.
Okay.
Right. So what I heard on the Lot 2 on the CSM is, since the surveying work is done for a very little marginal extra cost at the margin, we could have the CSM show Lot 1, combine the 2 lots and a Lot 2, and that would address any issues in the future, because I know we've struggled with those, and people come in and we scratch our heads and says, is this even a legal lot? This would remove any doubt or any legal
We'd be creating-
uncertainty. You would be creating legal lots, and then you would know that they're legal, and there wouldn't be any issue on a sale. And your buyer may even raise that. The buyers should be raising issues like that before they purchase the property.
That's actually what happened, is we were under contract to buy the 12 acres with the house on it.
Yeah.
And a second individual was under contract to buy the 10 acres. And when the title companies spoke to the town and the mortgage company, or the village, and the mortgage companies got involved, they weren't comfortable loaning money on either or. So we were basically told we had to buy the whole thing and take care of the mess ourselves. So that's That's what
Okay.
we're
Right.
trying to
So-
do now.
Yeah, so the
okay.
platted survey that was
So
drawn
you
up
need to do this,
doesn't
really.
solve that issue.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It has to be
But it
lot
did.
2 of the same CSM.
So basically, they just have to take that page of the survey that says, 49, or 449,382 square feet vacant, and just have that denoted as lot 2?
It'll be a little different than that, but the work, they'll basically show on one page lot 1 and lot 2 together,
Okay.
and then any details will be added as an additional page that's already on there. So it shouldn't be a big deal. Your surveyor can contact us if, he's got questions about it.
Well, I'm sure he'll be happy to. He's already dinged me for $6,000, so he'll be happy
Yeah,
to.
that's not cheap.
I can't believe how.
So if this is approved, the waiver has to be approved for the wetlands not to be delineated,
Okay.
right? And the reason would be because they're so far from existing and proposed development that it's not worth the effort. They'd have to add the proper notes that the waiver was granted to the CSM. The proper notes about the wetland, no disturbance of the wetlands, no disturbance in the environmental corridor. And then in my conditions on page 5, the conditions of approval for the CSM, I know I have a blanket condition about satisfying all concerns of the plan commission, board, planner, surveyor, et cetera. We should also just add a specific condition that the lot to the east be added as lot 2.
So the lot to the east be just one lot, right?
Yes. So lot 2 added. For the 10-acre property to the east be added as lot 2 to the CSM.
As lot 2 to the CSM.
The approval, the recommended motion already includes the waiver delineation for the wetland. Yes.
Included,
In the conditions of the planner?
Yeah, my
Oh, and your
suggested motion.
okay.
So it's the Village of Vernon Plan Commission has granted a waiver, blah, 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 and then recommends the board approval of the CSM.
Okay, so when you say that we're nowhere close to the wetlands, you say that because the wetlands stop,
The wetlands are essentially the back half of the property.
Yeah, they are.
okay,
The north half of the property, the home, the outbuildings are all hundreds of feet away. The proposed accessory building is hundreds of feet away. Our setback requirement is 75 feet. So there's no question that they're nowhere near the setback requirement for the wetlands.
and that includes the new building or the
Right.
proposed accessory building?
That's right.
This is a requirement of our land division ordinance.
That's exactly right. So when new lots are created and there's a wetland on it, we have it delineated unless there's no question.
Right,
In my mind, I don't see this as a land division.
okay. It's really combining lots.
Years ago, if you had a building that crossed the lot line, they automatically combined them.
Yeah,
Right,
this
and
is
there is a
cleaning up a
building.
mess.
There is a building that crosses a lot
Right.
line. That was part of your mortgage problem, probably,
Yeah, I believe
too.
the house is 7 feet on one lot, and the remainder on the other lot. And nobody seems to know why or how.
Right, and no, exactly.
We're creating less lots.
Creating
Yeah,
less
it's more of a
lots,
consolidation than a division, I guess.
cleaning up a mess.
I would make a motion to approve the CSM with the conditions that have been listed.
Including the waiver?
That's in the motion.
Are you, is this a
Plan commission.
plan commission recommendation to the village board? Is that,
So the plan commission grants the waiver by themselves and
Okay.
recommends approval of the CSM to the board.
So Dan, are you doing the waiver separately? Do you want him to do the waiver?
Well, you can read it all in
It's all in there, right?
That's- Yeah, that's-
the Village of Vernon Plan Commission has granted a waiver per section 200-14A and E of the Village of Vernon Land Division Ordinance waiving delineation of the wetland on the property and recommends to the village board approval of the CSM, subject to the following conditions, including the condition we just added about including the 10-acre property to the east to be added as lot 2.
I'll second the motion.
is that your motion, Dan? You said yes? We have a second, okay. And you have that down.
I have it. Yep.
Any further discussion? Mario, you got anything? Jim? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So that is 8A. Then it goes to the village board. You heard the recommendation. We just granted the waiver on the wetlands because it was so far away, hundreds of feet away. So we're looking for village board action to, they don't have to waive anything, right?
Just on the CSM.
Just to approve the CSM, subject to the conditions in the Foth report, including the condition that the lot to the 10-acre lot to the east be added as lot 2 to the CSM, right?
I'll
Is-
second the motion.
Okay. Discussion by the board? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now they can go?
Yeah, we can adjourn the village board.
Does
But you
anybody
need a
want
mo-
to?
you
sir?
you need a motion, Marie?
I heard,
Marie, you need a-
I heard an enthusiastic yes.
Sorry, Carol.
Village board? Well, Jim, you and I should vote against it and tie. All in favor, village
Aye.
board to adjourn? Okay, village board is adjourned, but plan commission continues. And we'll go to the your accessory building now. Okay, Sean, kick us off.
All right, so they are proposing an accessory building on the property just to the east of the existing house. It's 40 by 108 feet. It meets all the requirements of the zoning and setback and separation and height and all those things. The issue with the building is going to be, there's already 2 accessory buildings on the property. There's a barn up front and there's a smaller shed in the back. We only allow 2 accessory buildings on properties unless the buildings and the properties used exclusively for agricultural use, and then we allow those if approved. This building, it's a mixed-use property, residential and ag, and some of that building, I understand, is going to be used for other things than just agricultural use. We also would allow it based on a waiver, but the waiver needs a public hearing, and so, or at least notice surrounding properties, and that's not part of this request. So what I'm saying here is that one of the accessory buildings, I think it's the small shed in the back, should be removed in conjunction with this approval. I think the petitioner is requesting at least 60 days to have that other accessory building on the property while this one's being constructed. We know that there's also a deed restriction that's required on any building greater than 900 feet that restricts the building so it can't be used for commercial or industrial purpose. That's standard for any large accessory building.
And you understand that, Mr. Maher?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that commercial mini farming is not considered commercial.
It wouldn't be,
That's
it'd be,
agricultural.
right, that's agricultural.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
Yep,
doing hobby
exactly.
farming for a profit wasn't considered commercial.
Right, you can't run a lawnmower repair shop out of it or something. That's not.
Yeah, understood.
So the only issue I have is essentially the number of buildings. I do have it in my recommendations, my conditions. One of the 2 accessory buildings shall be removed from the property, including all the applicable permits, like raising permits, within 60 days of completion of construction of the proposed building. I know we discussed this. I think the village attorney weighed in on this as well. He's recommending that a letter of credit be posted for removal of the building in case it doesn't happen. So that will cover the costs of removal of the building. I think,
And an agreement so that we can enter his property to remove it. in the event he
do you
does.
have, what does he say exactly here? Do you want to read
Well, he
that?
says 30 days. I don't know how, if 30 days is, to me, 30, 60, it's got to be a reasonable period of time. He said 30, but
He may not, he may have,
he may have just made that up.
right.
Right. I don't think that's any magic legal requirement, in other words.
I think Vince would say it's typical 60
Yeah.
when somebody's building an accessory building and they have to get another one down. And Vince goes out and makes sure that the building does come.
Yeah, and so we do that a lot. I mean, we do that so if a zoning permit comes to us and it never gets to the planning commission or the board,
Right.
and there's already 2 accessory buildings in the property and someone's building another one, we have allowed the construction of another one with the requirement when we issue the permits is that other one needs to be down in 60 days. We don't typically require a letter of credit or an agreement because Vince knows and it's a violation if it's still up. I know the attorney suggested something and it's up, I guess it's a policy decision, so the plan commission needs to determine if that's,
And I don't think Vince
Required or
would
not.
issue occupancy if that building's still up. That's the hook. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
But the occupancy is already there. He has occupancy. There isn't.
Days after occupancy you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
What is that shed used for?
It's actually, everything in that shed now is stuff that's gonna go in the larger building. It's mainly pallet racking and shelving and benches and stuff that have been shrink wrapped and stacked in there. It's a very old building. It's got a metal roof with no rafters. It's amazing to me it's even standing. I know it wasn't built to code. There's a 2x4 structure, where there's a 2x4 about every 12 feet, and it's got a fiberglass garage door and a dirt floor. I mean, the three of us could go and push it over if we really wanted to.
Keeping it dry.
Yeah, right now it's just keeping the snow and the leaves off what's
So-
inside.
This is
The
the
bo-
14 by 20 foot shed, right? The smaller
Correct.
one?
so there's no way to put the stuff that's in that shed into the barn?
The barn's full too, unfortunately.
It is, okay.
You just moved in.
All right.
I know. But yeah, I would actually, I would have no objection to having the building gone before occupancy is granted. I wouldn't even need the 60 days if, you know, as soon as I have a floor in the new building, I could move those pallets into the new building and knock the old one down, so if the 60,
You can't use that new building until
Oh,
you
and-
get occupancy.
Until it's, yeah, until you get your occupancy
but if you're
permit.
just setting shelves in there, would that still be a violation? Okay, well, I guess I,
But you could work with Vince.
yeah.
So I guess the question is, you see what the attorneys recommended here. It's a decision you have to make in terms of whether or not to require that agreement and letter of credit.
I don't really see any need for it.
Well, unless he doesn't do it. That's the point.
We've done this many times in the past with any problem with it.
No, because the person wants to get in their building.
So it'd be conditioned upon that building being removed before an occupancy permit is issued by Vince?
So, yes, I could include that condition. It says within 60 days of completion of construction. We could just say within 60 days of completion of construction of the proposed building and prior to any issuance of an occupancy permit.
If Vince wants to let him move stuff in there before he issues an occupancy permit, that's up to Vince, I guess.
Right.
But it's,
How does he do it, though? How does he move the stuff from the old building into the new building? He can't tear the old building down until he gets the stuff out of there. He can't put the stuff in the old building in the new building until he gets an occupancy permit.
well, that's up to Vince. Legally, you're not supposed to be using it, but if the building is complete and he's satisfied that it's complete, he just doesn't issue the occupancy permit until stuff is moved in and the other building is down.
What if we changed it to, instead of 60 days, 30 days of completion?
That's
We
fine.
move within 30 days of completion. And
You could give me 10 days, it'd be adequate. It's really not.
Take the 30.
Everything in there is on pallets, and I got a skid loader with forks, so it would empty out very quickly.
do you want to add the condition in prior to issuance of an occupancy permit?
But I don't know how, wouldn't that put him in technical violation, though?
It's a weird.
I mean, Dan says, well, it's up to Vince. Well, yeah, we all, we could all,
What kind of stuff have you got in there?
It's mostly shelving and pallet racking.
Could it stay outside for a night?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple molding furnaces that I could probably shoehorn in the other barn, but yeah.
Tarp over it for?
Yeah, I mean,
So why don't we remove the completion days and just simply say it's removed prior to occupancy of the other building and leave it in simple. Prior to occupancy permit issuance of the new building.
yeah, that would be okay. Short of an agreement, obviously.
That way he's
I
never going to
always
get,
follow the protecting Vernon, and the protecting Vernon would be with an agreement with a letter of credit, But be an added expense.
Yeah, this sounds easier than a letter of credit.
It would be easier. Jim, what do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
When I built my second barn, I took my shed down before I even started the second barn. But I didn't have to. I was told it because it was full. Actually, exact same situation that you have. It was full. But Vince told me, you don't, yeah, we want it down, but you don't have to take it down before we start building. So I didn't, or I actually did take it down before we actually did anything in the back. But I could put
You had another spot for your stuff.
right, I had the first barn.
Right. With room in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have removal prior to issuance of the occupancy permit. Well, the 30 days was didn't make sense because it meant that within 30 days of construction and before issuance of the occupancy permit, it kind of meant that. Same effect, and this is clear as to the law, I guess.
Sean, your microphone's not on.
Hmm?
Is your microphone on?
But I'm open to suggestions if you want to tweak it.
What is the intended use of the new building?
So we want to have cows and stuff, but we don't have fencing or anything, so about half of it is going to be agricultural, and then the other half is going to be just kind of a garage and place to work on things and maintain equipment and park the skid loader and the trailer and
You
that.
would think it's a little unusual to have 5 garage doors in a building that size. And limit your storage.
Hey, guys, I sat in here 20 years ago and we devised the agricultural building. You guys didn't have a plan for ag buildings. This is an ag building. You shouldn't fall under that accessory building rule.
It says, I hear what you're saying, and I did look at that, but the language is pretty clear. It says, I have it right in my staff report. Here, let me read it.
Well, and it's closer than 50 feet to a property line. It can't house any animals.
No, I put a 50.
You can know that this new one can house animals.
Oh, okay, because you've kept it 51
I
feet
made it
off.
51 just to make sure.
So,
Okay.
all right, so agricultural buildings is defined as a building used to store farm or ag type equipment or livestock that's located on a contiguous parcel of land on which it is located in an exclusive agricultural use under one ownership. Agricultural use shall mean the for-profit activity conducted by the property owner involving the cultivation of crops and or raising of livestock, which is true. So it says exclusive, I guess the rub is exclusively agricultural use.
And see that map on the wall there? That was devised on the farmers. When we did that, Dan, it was devised on those were our true farmers at the time. So they fall under the ag building category.
This is in that district?
Yeah.
Okay.
overlay.
So really, all he has to do is go get a permit. He doesn't need to sit in front of the commission at all.
Well, he does because it's over 3,000 square feet. No matter what, it's approved. The quantity doesn't play.
And you can't put in a raspberry patch and put a little, something out by the road selling raspberries.
So-
Call it agricultural.
Well, no, but there's going to be a tractor and a skid loader.
So what else is going to be in that building?
Well, my welder and my workbench and,
But stuff to maintain farm equipment
Yeah.
and your livestock.
yeah. I mean, technically, we don't have livestock yet because.
But right, but that's the plan. That's the
infrastructure.
plan.
But yes,
right.
that is the plan.
Your description there said for profit,
Right.
so you're not gonna make any profit off it.
Well, we'd hope to. We'd like to sell some beef, but it's gonna take, you get the calves, you can't even slaughter them for 2 years, so, there's gonna be some lag time, and I don't have adequate fencing up, and it was a horse farm, but my understanding is they haven't had horses for 20 years, so the fencing isn't adequate, and there's a lot of infrastructure things I have to do, but, having a building to work out is kind of the starting point.
He doesn't.
Well, just on the one end, it'd be,
He is not.
livestock or tractor storage, whatever else, and then the other end is
Okay.
gonna have the workshop for working on stuff.
Okay.
3 doors along the side.
Yeah, but there's a division, there's a wall down the middle where it's like the back area there where the animals would be.
So this is not I've been told that he's not in that exclusive eggs or that egg zone, exclusive egg use zone. And so we can't view it in the same way. So you're going to tear that building down anyways.
I was gonna tear the small building down anyway, yeah.
If you
but
come back in the future for another building, if you need another building, you need a waiver then. You'd need to ask for a waiver from that 3
Okay,
building limit, which is possible to do, but it has to be noticed as a public hearing
Right.
and other things. So I don't have the history as part of this, but I've been told that that was the intent, is that this applies to those certain parcels. Does anybody else have any history on that? Jim, do you
No.
remember that? Okay.
And this proposed is to the side, not behind. It's to the side, but it's not in front.
Not in front, right. It meets all the other zoning requirements. It just happens to be one building too many.
Are you going to be able to see this from Sherry Avenue,
Sure.
yes.
Yep.
You'll see the front side.
the front side?
It's perpendicular with the road the long way.
Right,
You'll
the-
see the 40-foot end from the road.
How many feet off the road?
I think it's about 180, but I'm not,
130, I think. Is it 180? Maybe it's hard to read.
It's hard to read, but
I think it's 130.
130, I think it says.
okay.
And to scale, that looks about
All right, so-
right.
Yeah, so
Driveway
right,
is 122, this is a little bit further back. Yeah.
so I have removal prior to occupancy for that, one of the 2 existing accessory buildings, which is going to be the small one.
How 40 feet in front.
I did.
You need 3 and 4 in there.
Dan, what are you referring to?
3 and
Just
4?
conditions, the planner conditions.
Oh, yeah, so 3 limits the height to 24, and then 4 is just complying with all the required setback requirements associated with the increased height. Right, comply with the height requirements of 300-10D. That refers to the increased setback, because the height's above 18. It does comply with it. You need to comply.
Do we want any screening to screen it off of Sherry at all, or trees or anything? And you'll see it. It's an oversized building.
It's not a building that requires a waiver for size, though. It just requires approval from the plan commission.
Right, but as part of that approval,
Right.
we could do
You
it.
certainly could.
That's why I was asking 40 feet and how far off the road it was. Other questions? I raised that. No one's saying, yeah, plant a tree, so. Sounded like it was going nowhere, Jim.
I think that's right.
Okay. Dan?
The colors on this, it's gonna be red.
I wanted to do red because there's a barn on the property now, it's like 120 years old, and it's red with a brown roof and white trim, and,
Barn red or fire engine red?
it's barn red. It's barn red. And the house has also got a brown roof, but the house is all stone, so, it's kind of hard to match all stone. But kind of your traditional barn is red anyway, and I'm kind of a traditionalist, so I like that color.
So is that going to pass Vince's compatibility? I mean, it's,
I
Red.
discussed it with Vince and did not get a concrete yes or no, but he said that because the existing barn was red and the existing barn is closer to the road than either the proposed barn or the house, that
Right.
he didn't really see an issue with it. I think the proposed barn is about 30 closer to the road than even the house is, or not the proposed existing barn, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So Sean, you're working on number 7?
Yeah, so number 7 basically would read one of two existing accessory buildings shall be removed from the property, including all applicable permits, prior to issuance of occupancy permit
Of the new building.
of new building.
Do we want to identify it says one of two.
It's up to him. I'm sure it's going to be the smaller ramshackle one, but I mean, if he wanted to choose to take the barn down, he could.
So we don't need to identify the ramshackle one in the back. You just said one of two.
Right.
Building. You know about the deed restriction? We talked about that. Otherwise, I think these are pretty standard, right?
Right. Pretty
Sean?
standard for an accessory building.
Right. An oversized accessory building. Anything else? Mario, you got anything? Dan? Jim?
Nope.
You got the conditions. So we're looking for a motion to approve, if you're so inclined, the accessory building request for Aaron Maher for the property located at 78W23860 Sherry Avenue, Big Bend, Wisconsin, subject to the following conditions as listed in the Fourth report as modified at the,
Meeting.
December 8th, 2021 Plan Commission meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Maher.
I guess I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Where do I proceed from here?
So talk to your surveyor about adding lot 2 onto
Okay.
it. And then obviously you've addressed the technical comments from our surveyor. The other comments that have to be addressed are related to the wetland and the environmental corridor. There's the standard preservation restrictions, which I can get you for your surveyor to put on. And then we need to make a note about the waiver that was granted for the wetland delineation.
Okay.
So I'll get you some information tomorrow. You can pass it to your surveyor, and then once that's done and we look it over and make sure all the requirements have been met, then it can be signed and then recorded.
Now, do I have to wait until the deed is recorded and everything to apply for the permits for the outbuilding? Or
You cannot, we can't grant you a zoning permit or a building permit for the outbuilding until that CSM's recorded.
Okay.
So you got to get that done ASAP.
Is that something that needs to be approved again at the next meeting, or you'll be
No.
able to just, okay.
No more meetings, you're done, just, we can work it out.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Craig,
I think
or
they're
Mr.
sleeping.
Craig.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Please state your name and address for the record before we,
Dan Craig, S104, W26630 Maple Avenue, and this is my wife Nicole.
okay, Sean, we usually start with Sean.
Yeah,
to kick
real
us
quick,
off.
I'll just give an overview. They own a bunch of property on both sides of Maple Avenue. The property in question is 118 acres. They also own 117 acres to the north of this property. It's currently zoned RRD5 up front by the road, and then further back to the north, it's zoned AD10. All they're asking to do, conceptually, they're asking for a nod. They want to split 2 lots off. They want to split a lot off at the west end, a 5-acre lot, and on the east end, a 4-acre lot. But because this is RRD5, we normally require some kind of a conceptual plan as part of this, and so they've provided that to make sure that dividing these lots off isn't going to ruin the development potential of the property, which I don't think it does. They're basically at the far ends of the property. It's not going to impact things. I guess the only snafu here is that on the proposed 4-acre lot, the smaller lot at the east end, there's an existing accessory building that's on the property. The aerial photograph shows a couple accessory buildings, but the one further back has already been removed. It's not there anymore. They want to convert the existing accessory building into a home within that at some point. We do have a provision in our ordinance that says that the principal building has to be on a lot before an accessory building can be. And so in this case, it's not a home, it's an accessory building. So that would exist on the lot prior to a home being on the lot. The actual code from section 300-7 reads, the principal building has to be built first in the district where buildings other than the residential considered principal would be subject to board approval. And so I think my interpretation of the code is that the board eventually could approve this accessory building to be on the lot prior to the residence, if they specifically approve it as part of a motion. What the attorney's recommending, I think the attorney's saying that similar to what he recommended for the last time around, is that an agreement or a letter of credit be posted beforehand, so that when this lot's created, if this never got converted to a principal structure or principal residence, then there would be a letter of credit to actually have it removed from the property. That's obviously not the intent of the applicant. It's a nice building that they do want to convert. Otherwise, I think it's pretty straightforward. If you look at the application and the concept plan that's drawn out in terms of a road network to access the property across the street, and then the neighboring properties further back, I think it's pretty well laid out, reasonable approach. Again, this is conceptual. They're just looking for a nod to go ahead to hire a surveyor to actually prepare a CSM as part of this. So, any thoughts?
Yeah, Sean, my hang up, there's two proposed lots. The 5-acre lot, I don't know that we have any issues with, right?
Right.
Off in the corner on the
Right.
west side.
It's vacant, right?
And it's the 4-acre on the east side. You said that satellite, the building to the north, shown by, I don't know what this is off of, GIS, it's no longer there, and it's the one closest to Maple Avenue. That's the one they want to convert to a home?
That's correct. That's the one.
And the issue is, as I follow along, it's really not permitted because
we require, our code requires the principal residence to be built prior to any accessory buildings. This would be creating a lot with an accessory building on it. It's not a residence, right?
So you're creating something that's in violation of our ordinances.
Right. However, section 300-7 says the principal use has to be built first, other than residential. The district where building other than residential considered principal, subject to board approval. So I think the board could approve a building other than the principal residential building.
I haven't talked to Attorney Macy about that. Does he concur?
Yeah, we talked about
We
that in the
talked about
conference
it a
call.
little bit, but-
We talked it through and we thought it was a little loose and we weren't sure. So what he's saying is that, well, there might be a code requirement that's required as part of this. I don't think we know. I think he's saying we need to do further research on it to know for certain, right? And we're not approving anything tonight anyways. This is just concept. So if you like the concept and we just have to investigate that point, we can do that. But he's also saying, even if that's the case, do we need a letter of credit to remove it if it's never converted to a home?
Right, and that's not I can knock it over with 3 guys problem.
Right.
It's more of a.
This is a substantial,
longer term.
nice structure that's out there,
Right.
right?
And then they also cannot, you guys stated that you're going to convert that barn to a home, a residence. They cannot have 2 residents, they cannot, under our ordinances, actually, forget about subdividing it off now, because the problem is, the subdividing it off creates an accessory building without a principal residence.
Right.
But if they just convert it to a residence, now they have two residents on one lot.
Right. They can't do
And,
that either.
and that's
That's
not
a conundrum.
permitted under our ordinances either.
Right.
Could we make an exception for that? Condition upon them subdividing it off later?
the two residences?
Yeah. That's even that's
There's
even
nothing
a
in our
harder,
code. I think it's easier to
easier to
this.
do the 300-7? Okay.
Right, I think so. It's a conundrum. Obviously, what they want to do is logical, right? To divide it off, use one of those existing buildings, convert it to a home. It all makes sense.
Right, it makes sense.
What Attorney Macy is saying is that there's some language in the code that might allow this, but it's a little loose, and he thought it might need to be investigated further to see if that's okay, or if we need to tweak the language in the zoning to explicitly allow this type of condition to happen, like a conversion of an existing building to convert to residential. So,
Well, amendments to zoning codes would be the most complicated way, and
that is the most complicated way. So if you're okay with the creation of the two lots and the future development pattern, we're not approving anything. You'd just be giving a nod. We'd go back. We'd take a close look at the language. If we thought it was okay, the attorney thought it was okay, we could move forward. If not, we'd have to propose a change to the zoning to allow this to happen. Eventually, the rest of the property would need to be deed restricted, basically with the remaining development rights, because RRD5 is based on a density. They're allowed to get 23 units out here based on the size. This would use up 2 of the development rights, and then there'd be 21 remaining for the rest. So that's fine. That all would get handled later on. They're just looking to be able to hire a surveyor and move forward here.
Just machinery storage. Right.
Sean, are there any other buildings close to that western line there that would be in violation?
Yeah, we talked about that. Everything's going to be at least 20 feet off the lot line. So even those silos there, they're actually 20 feet off, and so those wouldn't be. If not, they'd have to be removed.
Any farm animals housed in any of the buildings?
That's a good question.
would it foreclose the future farm animals? I suppose it would if it's closer than 50 feet, Sean.
Right, 50 feet's the rule.
Can we place a deed restriction on that parcel that it could only be used for residential uses?
We could, this barn here? Yeah, we could, but it still doesn't technically solve the problem of it being an accessory building before a residence.
Well, it's there.
Well, what is it, though?
It's there. Right?
See, I firmly believe that the code allows this to happen. It allows the board to approve this condition because I think it says that. And so I just need to discuss a little further with the attorney to make sure that's also.
Yeah, you're looking at that sentence in the preamble of the 300-7, right?
Yes.
In the middle, in any district where a building other than a residence is considered principal. And in this lot, it would be that building, if it's as proposed done. Such construction shall be subject to the prior approval of the town board.
And so there's not even a construction, it already exists.
It already exists. That's the ambiguous part of it. In other words, you're saying that if it didn't exist, the town board by approval, or village board now, by approval could allow it to happen. Here, it's already there.
So is anybody, I guess, step back, is anybody opposed to the creation of these two lots and then converting that to a residence in some fashion? Is that?
Nope.
So that all makes sense, and so the CSM in general seems to be okay, it's just, we just gotta work out that detail, and so if you're not opposed to that, if the attorney feels that the code doesn't cover this condition, we're going through some ordinance changes now, and so we could just add that in there as part of it to solve it. One way or the other, we're gonna get it solved as part of this process over the next couple of months.
Good.
So it sounds like they can go ahead and hire someone to split off two lots. We can handle the details as part of the process.
What's your timeline?
Oh, I think we'd like to get going next summer sometime. So,
And by getting going, you mean converting that as
yes.
to a resident?
The surveying will need to be done when the crops aren't up, for the far lot, for
Right.
sure,
Yeah, we can survey it, get it done, we just can't record it until the zoning says you can do that. So
Right.
whether we interpret it that way or we change the zoning. So, yeah, we're going through some zoning amendments, we're gonna be pretty much done in February. That'll take a couple months, probably by March or April, we'll have whatever it would take in place to make it happen.
Okay. Is it up to us to determine that, or Mr. Macy to dictate that?
I think he's gonna give advice on it. And so if he gives advice that we don't have what it takes in the code, and it takes a zoning amendment, well, I guess it's up to you to respect that or not. But the point I'm making is that we're already cracking open the code, with some zoning amendments, have some language for this, we can do.
Right, it'd be a very limited amendment if we had to make
maybe a
it.
sentence or two.
Right, that it would, you piggyback off that sentence that allows it, and maybe you'd just say if the building's already there, that's not, and it's part of a otherwise legal CSM,
Can also be approved.
can it also be approved by the board, something like that,
Right.
just to make it clear.
Yeah, nothing you'd have to do, we have to talk to an attorney, we can piggyback on this, some current zoning amendments. Just, that, I estimate that'll be done March or April, so we won't have to record the CSM until around that time. If he determines we don't have a
Okay, sure.
Are you selling those lots, is that the plan, or you got
We're thinking about selling the one on the west, yeah.
on the 5 acre on the west,
Yeah.
yeah? On the triangle, let's say. And the other one, converted to another house, huh?
Yeah. Right.
So, and you're aware of the deed restrictions, each of those two new lots would have a deed restriction saying no more splits.
Yes.
Or divisions in the big parcel would have a deed restriction saying 21 more development.
Yes. Yep. Right.
Mario, you're shaking your head yes. Dan, you're yes. Dan? Or Jim, I mean?
Close enough.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
That's why, guys,
So the next step is to get surveyors?
hire a surveyor.
Okay, and then on the residential building, possibly not pay for a surveyor, because if that's not actually gonna happen, that would be money that would be wasted.
I'm not, repeat that again?
So you'd have to survey the lots, right, and you'd have to pay. But if the process of that one building isn't going to happen, we'd be paying a surveyor money for things that may not happen, right?
It's gonna happen one way.
Okay,
We're going on the code to include that, or we'll determine that it's already in the code.
okay, just wondering, because you don't want to throw around money.
Right. Well, Sean, those are bold statements. The board's got to approve that, but,
Well, that's true, but it sounds like the
You know.
plan commission's already behind it, right?
yeah, I think
The
so.
board, the
I-
board could say, no, we're not absolutely not doing that, but you tell me, is that,
Well,
am I stepping out on?
If people, I'm not in favor of, I'll speak for myself personally, I'm not in favor of tearing down perfectly good buildings, especially if they can be converted to other uses, so, otherwise, the 4 acres and everything is fine.
Yeah, I guess there's a chance that it gets to the board and the board says, we don't like this language.
Okay.
I can't imagine that would be the case. There's no 100% guarantee.
Okay.
But we're gonna be looking at that stuff early on before the summer, aren't we?
We
The
are-
zoning changes, I mean.
February, we're gonna bring, January meeting, we're gonna bring some zoning changes back. So over January, February, March. we'll be on stuff.
Okay,
All right.
Yeah, I don't know how soon you can get a surveyor nowadays anyway.
yeah.
I know. I hear there's quite a backlog for them. Sure. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sean can leave. Carl, can Sean leave because he's not needed? for-
Yes, we are on to the hobby kennel license, 10 after 10. That was a pretty good guess at 10 o'clock. Sean, you can pack up and,
Thank you very much.
and leave.
Drive safe, Sean.
Let me try to get myself organized for the next one now.
And Carl. One of the dogs died. So
Pardon me?
One of the dogs died, so it's only 3 dogs.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's another thing too. It says that
Well,
they're.
hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to open the hearing. I'm just getting my organized here. Okay. Okay, so first, Sean's leaving. It's just the Plan Commission. So we will open the public hearing, and I'll read the notice that the Plan Commission of the Village of Vernon, Waukesha County, Wisconsin will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, December 8th, 2021, immediately after the Village Board and Plan Commission joint meeting with a public hearing at 7 p.m. Immediately after the Village Board and Plan Commission joint meeting and other Plan Commission items, which is where we are now, Plan Commission will consider the application for a hobby kennel for Nathan and Michelle Hagan. And Michelle, you're here.
Yeah.
Are requesting a hobby kennel license for 4 dogs, 1 Shepherd, 1 Collie, 1 Sheltie, 1 Yorkie, and we do have their names on a application, I do believe. The dogs are housed inside but are allowed outside for several hours within a fenced-in backyard of the property. The address of the property is S77W25240 National Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin 53189 in the Village of Vernon, and our code section 117-10D2 requires the Village of Vernon to notify all property owners within 500 feet. I assume they have been.
Yes.
And all interested parties will be heard. We did get some emails and written comments, which will become part of the public record. So we will open the public hearing, and please, if you state your name and address for the record, even though I just read it, and somebody mentioned that one of your dogs unfortunately died, so.
Michelle Hagan, South 77, West 25240 National Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin 53189. We have the 3 dogs, and it says that they're allowed outside for several hours. That's really not the case. They're let out between 3 and 5 times a day, anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes at a time. We're always with them. In the summertime, if we're outside for a couple hours doing yard work and stuff, they'll be outside with us. But I just wanted to make note that they're not left out unattended for hours on end or anything like that.
Okay, you have, 3 dogs, 1 died. Which one?
The Yorkie.
The Yorkie. So you're amending your application for 3 dogs, no longer 4. And you've got Daisy, Black Shepherd, a Rosie, a brown Sheltie, and June, a white Collie.
Mm-hmm.
Are they all, they are not spayed and neutered.
They're all puppies.
They're all puppies, okay?
We just got them in the spring.
Are you going to be using them for breeding?
No.
So you are going to get them eventually sprayed or neutered?
Yeah.
I guess they're all females. Okay, so they're all spayed. All right, will be spayed. I think you have a fenced-in backyard. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they'll stay inside the fenced-in area.
They're in the fenced-in area. We have locks on all of our gates.
And you have them now, right?
Right. Yes. Well, we had to get them all licensed, and then we were told that since we have more than 2, we had to get the hobby kennel license. There's a lot more to it, but I could get into it, but it's really not necessary, I guess.
Village Hall here that informed you that you needed a license?
So
The sheriff did.
our neighbors had chickens that would roam the neighborhood. We complained and asked that they not roam the neighborhood and stay out of our yard. And so then the neighbors then complained that we had dogs.
Chickens flew over the fence into your yard?
Yes. They were on our property constantly. And when we complained, and then they were made to pen them and keep them in a pen on their property, they then started complaining about our dogs that we had just gotten.
Was the sheriff contacted about that complaint? So,
About my
Yes.
dogs?
yeah, about your
Yes.
dogs.
We had to contact the sheriff about the chickens.
Okay, you got, yeah, okay, and then they,
And then while the sheriff was there, they said, well, they have dogs.
okay.
My question is, can they legally have chickens?
The neighbors?
Girls, 5 girls.
Change that ordinance, or is it
They can have 5 girls.
5 hens.
5 hens?
Yep.
We only have a lot more than that. That's not the issue. I mean, their chickens are penned, they've kept them penned. It was just, and I had stressed it, I tried to remain anonymous when complaining about the chickens. I wasn't the only person in the neighborhood who was upset about them being in their property. But I was not allowed to be anonymous. So then when they found out that it was us, while the sheriff was there, she said, well, look they have dogs. And so then the sheriff walked over and he said, do you have license for your dogs? And I said, well, we just got them. He said, well, go get them licensed. And I said, okay. We came, get them licensed. She said, you have more than 2, so you need to apply for the hobby kennel. She also told us that Big Ben Vernon is trying to get the rules changed to 3, so the hobby kennel will probably just be obsolete come 2022. So this is just a formality.
Well, there has been talk about that, actually.
Right.
And whether it's obsolete, nothing has happened, but other than talking about it. To go up to 3 before a hobby kennel license or get rid of a hobby kennel license is needed. But it hasn't happened yet. And typically, we approve, if this plan commission is inclined to approve it, we approve it, or at least in my view, approve it for specific dogs and specific rules, and that's why I quizzed you about them, so that we know what we are approving. And, you know, it's 3 dogs, you name them and their breed, and say that they will be spayed at the appropriate time, and they're in the fenced-in area and not running loose on your property, and,
They're not in cages outside or anything either. It's
right, they're indoor dogs.
They're indoor dogs, yeah.
Obviously, they get to go outside when they need to,
Yeah, right,
and as puppies, they're gonna need to more than as adults, but,
right.
and they're,
They can run loose on their property because they've got that.
right, yeah, yeah.
Now, you said something, they can't run loose.
Outside of the fence. Yeah. That's what I meant to say if I didn't say it.
They're not,
Exactly so.
they're not unleashed outside of the fence. We live on National Avenue. It's busy.
Well, it would be dangerous.
Right. Our fence is 4.5 feet.
4.5 feet tall. I don't know if a coyote can jump that or not, but.
Well, they're not left out
My husky
overnight.
could.
Hmm?
My husky could.
Yeah. Oh, Lucky could
Lucky
too.
could have.
Oh, easy. 6 feet. Other questions for the applicant, and then we will take, it's a public hearing, so we got to take public comments. Guys, Dan, Mario?
The dogs have never gone up. She can put her paws up, and her snout is right there at the nose, yeah.
Well, you know the complaints about dogs, the barking, the running off property, or even wandering off property. Yeah, Mario, sorry.
No. We were notified by a sheriff. My husband had a conversation with one of the sheriffs that there have been several calls about the dogs barking, but the sheriff's department comes, they observe, they watch, they listen, and they've never once seen or heard a dog. So they've never once approached us and said anything to us about it. The sheriffs felt no reason to even knock on our door. And it might not be even our dogs. Just about everybody in the neighborhood has dogs, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3.
This is more of a board question. Does the hobby kennel permit, is the number and number?
It
I
can.
had asked that when I applied, and nobody knew. I said, so is there a limit of dogs that we can have now that I have the hobby kennel? And they said, nobody really gave me an answer.
It's a board decision. A clerk couldn't answer that question.
Right, so you need a hobby kennel license, and at least since I've been either town chairman or village president and chairman of the plan commission, in my view, these are not unlimited, like,
Okay.
one of your dog
Yeah, that's
died,
what I
so
was
then we're
asking.
gonna, we're just gonna
It's
give
not
you
clear.
3. If you came in for 5, I would vote against it. 'Cause to me, that's too many. 3, is different. I know that we have some old hobby kennel license that, the dogs aren't named and they're 20 years old, and we all know the dogs are dead because they don't last 20 years. But we're being more, more accurate and more, it's not supposed to be forever because people, that's why I asked you about your breeds, listed your breeds. You got 3 dogs, but that doesn't mean you get 3 pit bulls. You got a shepherd, you got a Sheltie, and you got a collie.
So Karen, these are reports from the sheriff's department.
Yes, whenever we have a hobby kennel license, we always request a sheriff's report for the plan commission.
I see one in October 8th, one October 31st, and another one November 7th. These were all complaints that went in.
It was from,
Sheriff's Department.
it was from Lisa Zilke from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
November 7th was yesterday? There was a complaint yesterday? Oh, I'm sorry.
And you're saying that the sheriff's department didn't knock on your door on any one of these occasions?
October 31st, we called the police, actually for a different incident involving one of our neighbors. It had nothing to do with our dogs. Actually, I'm sorry, it did have to do with our dogs. The neighbor threw something at our dogs. And when I confronted him,
Why would they throw something at your dog?
I don't know why. We actually, as a result of that, we got a restraining order against our neighbor because he wouldn't leave the dogs alone.
You don't know what the incident was on October 7th or the 8th? The Sheriff's Department didn't contact you on October 8th.
That may have been the time, that may have been the incident when, I don't know. They may have just came over to tell us to get the hobby license. I don't know. It wasn't about barking. They've never confronted it or talked to us about barking or anything.
Why would they complain?
Why would the neighbors complain?
On the 8th, the 31st, and the 7th?
I don't know. Because we complained about their chickens. And they had to move their whole chicken coop because they were in violation of where their chickens were being held. And when the sheriffs came and looked at their property and saw that there were chickens all over the neighborhood, they also looked at their chicken coop and said, your chicken coop is in violation, you need to move it. And since then, he has not stopped tormenting my dogs. And we were granted a restraining order. On the west side. Or I'm sorry, the east side. The left side.
East, wouldn't it be east?
Yeah, east, I said.
Yep.
It looks like the 8th was the initial call about the dogs that Ward went over, and then Michelle came in on the 11th to license the dogs.
This is October 8th, the initial call, October 11th she came in.
That's what it appears.
And then October 31st, there was another one. This is the neighbor tormenting your dogs, according to the police sheriff's report. And then November 7th was the other one, last one. Right, Dan, am I getting that right? Mario, following?
Animal, neighbor dispute, animal.
Right. And this is the same neighbor with the chickens, or is this a different?
Correct.
Okay. Is that neighbor here?
No.
Right, we do have their comments. I think you probably shared that with them? With, oh, okay. This is something we received dated November 24th, 2021. It's your same neighbor to the east, and complaining that your dogs are barking, and that one of them put their front paws on the fence, which is Mario's point, put their front paws on the fence with its head entirely over the fence and bark. So scares their kids.
Do you have any idea where the videos are that they provided?
Videos. Oh,
That submitted to the Sheriff's Department?
I can tell you, the village does not have any videos. Ward might, but we don't.
right, it's the same letter. It says, I reported our concerns with the Higgins dogs to the town in the past, which I don't know if they reported them to the town. I mean, these
They
are
did
new
complain.
dogs. They report them
They only
here?
started reporting them
Okay.
after the chickens.
After the chickens, okay. And the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, and have many videos which I've provided. Doesn't say who she provided them to. It's ambiguous in the statement.
Maybe just showing them on their phone or something.
Yeah, I don't, to the sheriff, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
When the sheriff came over, he had told me that he saw absolutely nothing wrong, and he wasn't concerned about, he said that the neighbors were afraid of the dogs, and he said, I don't see any issue, they're in your fenced-in yard. I'm not here for that, I'm just here to tell you to get them licensed.
Question.
Sure.
Say we grant or issue a hobby kennel permit, can we pull it? I mean, I don't think we ever have, or at least I don't know that we ever did.
And typically puts conditions of approval, and if any of those conditions are violated, it would bring them in for a hearing.
Right, we'd have to have a hearing,
Yeah.
due process
But as
and
long as they-
reasoning.
Right.
Yep. Any other questions for the applicant? And we will,
Have there been any other complaints by any other neighbors?
Excuse me, a Mueller complaint and a Simons complaint.
I don't know who the Simons are.
right, the Muellers,
Right,
there's the ones we've been talking about.
yeah.
Right. And the Simons did send in a handwritten note, which we have a copy, that the bottom line, literally, they would like to go on record opposing the kennel. Their letter talked about barking dogs in the letter, but it didn't specifically identify
I don't know. who
yours.
they
She
are.
said, I don't know if they are the Hagen's dogs.
Right. Across the street? The people across the street from me have several dogs. So it could very well be their dogs barking. Okay. Well, like I said, just about everybody in the neighborhood has dogs, and just about everybody has multiple dogs. I'm not the only one. But they stated they don't know if it's our dogs that are barking? Okay. That's all. Am I good?
Okay, I get to my, Rick Gilmore, still here?
Mr. Vernon, I wasn't able to sign that. Can I still sign that?
Yes, sure. We'll just add you to the end. We'll,
I just want to make sure, because it wasn't, you already had the sheet.
add it when, okay, so Mr. Gilmore, you're first. Please state your name and address. And it's always helpful if you tell us which side of how close you are to the,
Richard Gilmore, South 77, West 25170 National Avenue, went to third property to the east.
east, okay?
Okay. I went on to Waukesha County to find guidelines because I couldn't find any for kennels in Vernon. Waukesha County states 4 to 5 dogs need 4 acres of land to be granted a kennel license. In addition, for every dog that's in the kennel, it has to be at least 10 feet from the bordering property. So 5 dogs would be 50 feet.
What are you reading from?
This is from Waukesha County. Yep. Okay. Well, I will go on the record saying the dogs do bark. Anytime they're outside, they bark. So I find it interesting that she states they don't bark. The other thing that I'm concerned about is this isn't their first round of dogs. They have typically always had at least 3 dogs since they've been here, and they've been here 17, 18 years. So, but in our neighborhood, people allow other people to do what they choose, and nobody's really ever complained about anybody else until she got started with the chickens. As the chickens were a nuisance, they did kennel them up. They did keep them in after repeated complaints, and one of them was from us, because they get in your gardens and dig for grubs and they tear up your mulch. I get it. Oh, yeah. So I understand the frustration, but at the same time, anytime I was over at the other resident's house, if they're out in their yard, those dogs are barking at them. If those dogs are out and the neighbors are out, they're constantly barking at them. We bred boxers growing up. I love dogs, but I choose not to have a dog because I don't want to be rude to my neighbors. And so I just find it interesting that somebody that has been intolerant of other people, she's turned in the Millers. She also turned in, what's Tommy's last name? Young Blue, for violation. Yes, she did. Now she wants everybody else to be tolerant to her desires and her wishes. So I would like to know what the restrictions are for size of property. As their fence is 4.5 feet tall, there's a mounded system on the, or mounded area of the yard on the backside that's probably 2.5 feet. The fence is 4.5, but the ground brings it to where the clearance between the ground and the fence is only a couple, 2.5. Well, they certainly can when they get old enough. You know, before they lived there, there was another person that had a lab, and that dog would jump the fence constantly, and it's the same height fence.
Oh, they use the mound system to jump off of and.
Well, I don't know where the dog came from. It would come, and our daughter would be on the swing set, and it'd come and just bark right in her face. And the dog, I tried to go up to it, pet it, and it would just growl at me. So finally, I followed the dog home one day and said, if it's in my yard again, I'm going to take action to get rid of it before it chews my daughter's face up. So that was the last time that the dog ever came over there. They chained it up then, because they knew it would get out and roam the neighborhood. So I would like to know what the restrictions are for lot size for how many dogs you have, or if there is. No lot size. But to get a kennel, what is the restriction?
3 or over. Right.
3 or over, so they're .66. So they're well under that.
No, you mean
Three or over dogs. Dogs.
You're talking what? He's just talking numbers of dogs. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 3. I thought you meant 3 acres. So there's no size property? Okay. Any regulations for how far they have to be from the bordering property? Any screening that needs to be put on to cover them, to keep them in view from the neighbors? These are all on the Waukesha County website.
Under Waukesha zoning.
Yeah. I mean, we are Waukesha County, aren't we?
But that doesn't apply here.
Yeah.
We have our own ordinances and restrictions.
Right.
Okay, so the county has no say then?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think the county allowed a certain number of dogs before all those rules applied. For the under old county zoning, or, oh, is it 3 or more? Oh, I thought it was 4.
The Dashik's biggest complaint is we couldn't change it. No, there was no delineation on that. It was the number of dogs, which required a hobby kennel license.
Further comments, sir?
No.
All right, thank you. And someone raising their hand, who's next? Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, Amy Gilmore, S77W25170, National Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 53189. I'm also 3 houses east of their property with Richard. And I just want to say that those dogs do bark all the time. They wake my kids up every morning. My kids come down and say those dogs are barking again. They bark every evening, and I know they're their dogs because I'm outside and I can see them out there. And that's where the noise is coming from. We've been monitoring the times in the morning and at night. And they're just a nuisance. And they've caused a lot of grief in the neighborhood now. And in fact, it caused our neighbors are now selling their house because of all the conflict. And I just question if, you live in Vernon and you're supposed to have these dogs licensed, why were they just getting licensed now when they applied for this hobby license? and have their dogs, does somebody monitor what dogs get licensed here? Do they know that? That their previous dogs were licensed as well? I question that. That, I don't know, I can't answer that, because we're 3 houses down. I can see the dogs, but, you know, people are out in their yards all the time. And then if we go over next door to them, those dogs, all they do is bark. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know of all the other dogs that are in the neighborhood, but I just know that, like in our 4 houses on our side, none of us have dogs. So, you know, if it takes that we have to call and complain all the time, then that's what we do.
Does it seem to you that they're out for 10, 20 minutes?
I would say at least 10 minutes. I don't time them, but I certainly will start if I'm gonna, have to have my facts, but I know they're out early, they're in the morning, and then I'm at work all day, but when I'm home I can hear, and then at night I can hear, like, 5:30-ish. So that's all I have to say. It's just a shame that the neighborhood has to, all be inconvenienced because of the barking dogs, and it's caused a lot of conflict. And we'd rather file a complaint through the town rather than try to approach and try to handle the situation ourselves. Because then they start putting restraining orders or, just things like that.
Okay, thank you. One more hand in the back. Are you done? You're done, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilmore. Please state your name and address for the record.
Cynthia Mythen, S77 W25120 National Avenue. I'm 6 houses away to the east. But I spend a lot of time at 2 houses away. I can verify the dogs bark. I think the situation's beyond the dogs barking. There's hostility between the 2 neighbors. Jason actually got the chickens to help somebody out, and then the chickens became an issue, which is kind of ironic. But the dogs do bark. They, instead of coming over, came to the town, and then the sheriff's department showing up at Tommy's property because apparently the chicken coop was on Tommy's property. I think as adults and as neighbors, you should be able to approach somebody. They are not the most approachable. The situation has got completely out of hand. Do I think someone should determine how many dogs someone should have? Probably not. It's her house. She pays property tax. She should have as many as she wants as long as she's caring for them. But do you deserve a kennel license? I mean, I think that's taking it to extremes. Because is it just for these 3 dogs, or is it constantly going to be 3 dogs? It's going to be bigger dogs. It's going to be dogs that bark more. I live up the hill, so yes, I do hear the dogs. And I can attest, none of my neighbors have dogs. Because I know them all. So the fact that she states that there's plenty of dogs in the neighborhood, I dispute that one.
Cynthia, what's your last name?
Mythen, M-Y-T-H-E-N.
Thank you.
And you have her address, right?
Yep.
Any further comments, questions?
No.
Want to hear from the applicant again? Mrs. Hagan? Everybody, your neighbor, yeah, please come up. Your neighbors all said your dogs bark whenever they see someone in the backyard, whenever they're in the backyard.
Well, I don't feel like the neighbors the neighbors that are here know the whole situation, or they've only heard one side, and I don't really care to tell my side more than I have already. They bark. They're dogs. They bark when they see something, or they bark when they've been thrown things at them, or sprayed with the hose, or sprayed with the leaf blower, or many other things that the neighbor has done to them. The difference is we're aware that the dogs bark, and if they bark or go to the fence, we take them in. We're present with them outside. We don't leave them outside for hours on end. There was mention about the mound system, and that the dog could leap over the mound system. That's ridiculous. The mound system is probably 25 feet from our fence. So there's the mound, it dips down, and here's our fence. We put the fence up when we bought the house almost 20 years ago, so I don't know anything about other dogs leaping over a fence at all. So that's,
Considered use of bark collars?
we do have bark collars. They don't work. They don't work. I mean, but at the same time, like I said, if they bark, we bring them in. We don't let them bark. We don't leave them out there chained to a chain barking all day. They're barking because they're playing, they're barking. We let them out. They do a lap around the yard, do their bark around the yard, and they're usually done unless they're provoked, which they have been many, many times. And like I said, if the barking becomes more than a couple minutes, we bring them in. We're aware.
Any other questions?
Michelle, you don't know what happened to the sign that was installed in front of your
No.
property?
We woke up one morning and it was gone.
Yeah, the sign was stolen.
What sign?
The
Oh, that
public
they're
hearing.
subject to a public hearing
Yeah.
because, yeah.
Anytime there's a public hearing, we put signage up.
Yeah, oh, okay, that, you didn't say what the sign was.
Yeah,
It was the public. okay.
gone.
So that's our sign, Vernon's sign, Vernon's property. I mean, it's put in the right of way in front of your house, and just like the other people, the
Rezone.
yeah, the rezoning had a sign in front of his house on National Avenue.
Okay.
Drove by and actually saw it, happened to be driving by. I'm like, oh yeah, there's our sign.
We have we have a routine. We get up in the morning, they go out, and they go potty, they're outside. We play with them in the morning till we go to work. Usually my husband and I take turns in the morning going out with them till about 8 o'clock. They're not outside for more than 10 minutes or so at a time. If they do go out and bark, like I said, they go out, they do their lap around the fence line, they bark, they stop, they go potty, they come in. We have a pretty regular routine. We get home at, normal working times, we let them out, they're outside, we play with them, they come in, we take them out another time or two before bed. They're not ever outside when we're not home. They're not ever left unattended.
Knowing that you could only have 2 dogs, why did you buy 3 last?
I didn't know that we could only have 2. I didn't know.
20 years?
I didn't know we could only have 2.
That in almost every newsletter we send out?
Yeah, but unfortunately, people don't read a newsletter.
It is actually in every newsletter.
And it never occurred to me, really, honestly, because like I said, there's just about every neighbor across and on the other side of me all have dogs, multiple dogs. I'm not the only one. Could be. Could be more. I'm not complaining about them, though.
Well,
Seems like we've had a violation that's been going on for years and years.
well, these are puppies. You're talking about prior times that she might have had more than 2 dogs.
I'm getting at. I don't think it's fair for us to legalize a problem.
Well, we can't do anything about the past, number one. There appears to be a bigger, well, I said bigger, another or different problem in the neighborhood than dog barking.
Chickens, they were made to comply.
Yeah, by the sheriff coming in and saying, you gotta do it.
Well,
Right? That's compliance. Right.
We'd actually asked them many times. We'd asked them nicely. I have text messages. I texted my neighbor, please keep the chickens out of the yard. We just completed landscaping. We just put wood chips down, please, please, please. And they absolutely refused. They would not pen them at night. They would leave them out usually 4 nights in a row, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They would go, I'm not sure if you're totally familiar with our neighborhood, but they were all the way up to high-low. And as far as, I don't know as far, but they were crossing the street. One of the neighbors was catching them across the street and shooing them back over across the street. We had one chicken last winter get hit by a car in front of our house, and the snow plow tore it to pieces, and we had chicken guts and feathers all over the snow, all over our driveway for about 3 months. Like I said, we had asked them nicely, repeatedly, to keep the chickens in their yard and to keep them penned up, to not have their pen where it wasn't in the right, I mean, it was 2 feet off of our fence line, 2 feet off of our property line.
When I said we have another problem in the neighborhood, it has nothing to do with the Vernon regs and rules or anything. It's that people aren't getting along with each other, and they're now using the board to settle their grievances, let's say. I don't necessarily agree with that at all. Granted, I'm a dog person, and I agree with that one lady back there that said, I don't think it's right to say that you can only have 1 dog or 2 dogs, you know. If their facility, the size of the property, I don't know what the acreage is. But, you know, if they feel it's big enough to handle them, I have no problem with them. It's also their responsibility to not let them barking. That's why I asked whether we can,
Revoke.
yeah, that was the one. Revoke the permit or license. Because if we get any more complaints or multiple complaints, then we'd have no choice. We'd have a choice, but I think the choice would be obvious to revoke it. It is the owner's responsibility to maintain their dogs, to train their dogs. You know, you can train a dog not to bark at just about anything if you spend the time and work with them. Now, I say that I have a husky, and I think he's training me more than I'm training him. But you know, to me, the onus is on the owner to take care of the dogs and to train them. I've got a neighbor back here, their dogs howl all night long. They're outside in the winter. But I'm far enough away that I hear it, but it doesn't annoy me. It bothers me for the dog's sake. But I think he only has 2. you know, so it's not even a hobby kennel license issue with dogs barking. Kids come up to a fence, and we, back when I was younger, we had to put one of our dogs down because the kids were constantly coming up to the fence and putting their fingers through the fence. And my Dalmatian, it wasn't pretty good on the hand. Okay, they weren't supposed to be on our property. They weren't supposed to be climbing on our fence. They weren't supposed to be putting their fingers through. But we had to put the dog down. And actually, I agreed with that decision. You know, but there's two sides to everything. Kids coming up to a fence, and the dog's going to jump on the fence. Dogs do that. I'm not hearing any complaint that they're vicious dogs necessarily, or that they even get out of the property. It's just the noise. The noise. That's the owner's responsibility to deal with that. And if we're all being adult about it, a neighbor could come up to him and tell him, hey, the dog's barking, can't you knock it off? Can't that be the solution? That's why I said that the problem really isn't the license.
Why multiply it though? Is it easier?
Actually, it's not.
Is it easier to control one dog over two dogs? Or 5 dogs compared to 1 dog?
It's how you train it.
It only takes one to get started.
Right. And that's your pack leader, right? You train that one, and you don't have as big of a problem. But
Mario. Well, I can tell you how I feel about it, but
I agree with the supposition that whatever we decide is not going to fix all the issues. I don't know if to keep 4 dogs is a fairly high number.
my understanding is she only has 3, right?
3.
And that's all the hobby kennel would be licensed for, right? Would be 3?
3.
Typically, that's the Plan Commission has been doing is licensing it for what the applicant has applied for.
Right, okay.
But she removed one of her dogs during the public hearing from.
Right.
Make a motion that we deny it out of kennel license.
Is there a second? I'll second it. And I would say, normally I would say that I usually vote for these if it's 3 or less, unless it's in a subdivision that has rules against it. And in this particular case, it would be 3 or less. I would name the dogs by name and breed, and that's what the hobby kennel license would be good for, including that the dogs would be spayed within, they're puppies now, so whenever the appropriate time period is, escapes me how many months that is now. And given the testimony in the public hearing, I would say they need to stay inside the fenced-in area and supervised or attended to when they're outside because of the barking problem. But if I seconded the motion for discussion more than anything, I don't like stepping, trying to solve neighbor problems, because this is more of a neighbor problem to me than dogs. But dogs, they can't be barking in the backyard. I have dogs and they don't bark, including a big German Shepherd my daughter has. And yeah, if someone breaks into the house, believe me, it'll bark. But I've had other dogs that just don't bark at all. You train them. And they'll bark when there's danger, but they don't bark randomly. They don't bark at other dogs. You know, I'm surprised the chickens are still alive. Certainly, Mr. Craig, who was in here earlier, would testify to. I've seen coyotes carry chickens off his farm before. Those chickens wouldn't last down Maple Avenue more than overnight, nor would your small dogs. Because the coyotes would get them. And they wouldn't quit until they were all gone. So I'm surprised up here on Center off of National, the chickens are even a problem, quite frankly. But
Well, right at that intersection of Edgewood and National, that house right on that corner always has chickens walking around on the front yard, you know, on the lawn. I've always been surprised that they've lasted that long.
yeah,
No, I don't even know if there's a coop back there. They must have someplace for them at night, but because they wouldn't last. But they're right there at the edge of the road, pecking in the gravel.
yeah, it's like coyotes in I've seen coyotes in broad daylight in front of farm dogs carry off chickens. So, but that would be my conditions if the plan commission was inclined to pass it. You know, ordinance say 2 dogs. It's not a right to get 3 or more, so I don't know, compounding the neighbor problem and the barking is concerning the jumping on the fence. You say the dogs do that, but they can be trained not to do that. They shouldn't be doing that. So
Somebody comes up to the fence,
that doesn't matter.
the dog's gonna go to the fence.
My dogs
I don't care. Well, you don't have a fence around your yard.
That's right. They don't have a fence around my yard and the dog stays in his fence and
Well,
he's not on a leash.
staying in is
And he's not
not
on
the
a
question.
leash. So my daughter has him that trained. He'll go right to the line and he will stop on command.
My dog's always been that way.
So,
That's not the question we're trying to, that's not a 2 versus 3 dogs.
Sure.
right, and then this could be problems with 2 dogs, 1 dog, or 3 dogs, or 4 dogs. Doesn't matter how many dogs. These are dog problems and owner and neighbor problems, not a number of dogs problems, but yeah, 3 dogs is harder to control than 2. 2 is harder than 1. Easier to train 1 dog than 2. Just sheer numbers.
Lack of training is the problem.
Yeah, I always had smarter dogs, but, you know. The shepherd should be smart enough. And the collie, actually. So,
Call the question.
Call the question.
Yes, sir.
Got a motion to deny. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Did you vote?
I didn't hear him.
You voted to deny, or to?
I didn't vote yet.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear any, positive neighbor complaint. We had negative presence here, we had negative sent in. Of course, you didn't have anyone supporting this side. My limited experience, sometimes we have that.
Okay, so the motion to deny passes 3 votes to 1 by voice vote.
Right.
Okay. So we will close the, well, if I didn't already, I closed the public hearing for the hobby kennel and we deliberated and took action to deny. So now we are on to number 15 minutes. I know I will make a motion to table the October 13, 2021 minutes. And the reason why is in those minutes, I do believe we approved the August 11th minutes, and it said we tabled them. And so we'll need to get those minutes revised. There's also a motion in those minutes by Commissioner Nowak. Did you read that motion in the minutes, the October 13 minutes? I don't know that I read the way you actually said it. It had to do with the termination of the conditional use permit of the Bruss property. And I thought it was missing the word simultaneously, which I think is part of your motion, that you were approve and then simultaneously terminate. Yeah. So that needs to be reworded in the minutes.
So,
that's
Mr.
why.
President, what I'll do is I'll correct them and send them to the Plan Commission. We'll put it on the next agenda, if that's okay with the Plan Commission.
Yep. Right, and just the minutes, just listen to the last 2
Yep.
minutes of the tape.
Got it.
You don't have to listen to the whole thing, just.
Yes.
Motion to table, I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? I'll second it. All in favor? All in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Opposed? Adjourned.
So I have to
11:06.
get rid of one of my dogs? Is that what you're saying?